Hello everyone, hope you're doing good. I can see many members already. Glad to see you all here. This is Richard, and amazing. Hello BK, hope you're doing good. Of course, we'll cover Litecoin when we go over the crypto section. Hello Brian, hope you're doing good. At any time, if you'd like, you can ask your questions and request any altcoin, forex, pair, and so on. Give me a minute. Hello Rachel, hope you're doing good. Dion, fantastic. We had a conversation today on TradingView, right? Don't forget to DM me whenever you want. Perfect. So this, I'm taking my time because, for more people to join, but this stream is for 5 hours. So expect me to be a little bit slower than usual because we've got 5 hours to fill. And hopefully next time we'll be doing a 10 hours live stream. Okay. So who knows? Maybe we'll break one of the Guinness records, right? Who knows? John, hope you're doing good. Happy to see you here. So this is basically it. We'll be going over for 5 hours straight. There are many CM members who are going to join us as well. So you get to see how our members get to analyze the chart as well. You can also ask them any questions. You can see how they do analyze the chart and so on. At any time, as I mentioned, feel free to ask anything, whether it's about something educational, about how to draw something, my opinion on a certain trading style, on whatever you want, right? So let's get into it. And as mentioned, this is to celebrate 10K subscribers on YouTube and 500 videos. I want to thank you all for your support throughout these years. So I've reached like 10K in about 3 or 4 years. So it's a long journey, but I'm happy to be here and growing, hopefully more and more together. BK, hope you're doing good. DJ for you. Okay, what do you mean by DJ for me? Yeah, we've got 5 hours. We need to fill with some music. So if you got a good playlist, feel free to share it, and I would be happy to check it out. So let me share my screen. Okay, for those who are live now, just confirm that you can see my screen because we've got a long way to go, right? So I just want to make sure that the technical stuff are working well. Deon, thank you so much. With the 10K, I know it was a lot of hard work. Yeah, no doubt. 500 videos so far, and hopefully we'll celebrate 1K videos. So 500 videos worth 5 hours of live stream, and hopefully after 1K, 1,000 videos, I'll be going for a 10 hours live stream. BK, yeah, exactly. Hope you're doing good. Wow. Perfect. Thank you, Dion, for confirming that you can see the screen. Okay, so what we'll do is I have 5 hours, so I'll start with the forex watch list that I have, which is around 28 pairs and gold, and then hopefully I'll be going over some stocks. I have also like 50 stocks on my watch list. And then, last but not least, which is the biggest watch list for those who have been waiting, we are going to go over the crypto market, right? I'll be going over my watch list one after one, but of course, whenever you want, you can like request your asset because you can't really wait 5 hours, or like maybe like after 3 hours, I'll be mentioning, let's say, Matic, right? So if you don't want to wait this much to like for me to randomly mention it, feel free to request it in the comment section, okay? And I would be happy to do it when I take a break or whenever I check the comments. Anko, amazing. And now you'll see like after like 2 or 3 hours, Anko is one of the senior members who who's going to share his screen as well and show us a little bit. Okay, Rachel, of course, start showing anti-shell indicator. Of course, shell is my baby. He's always on the chart. I can't trade without it. Anyway, we'll go over a little bit about it for those who are interested. I'll show you how it works and so on. But for now, let's go over the forex watch list. So as you can see, I've got a big watch list with around 30 instruments. The XY, of course, we always start with the XY to feel the overall market and want to know if we are in a range, we are bullish, we are bearish, just to sense the market, right, for overall direction. And then we'll go over the USD pairs, gold, of course, obviously right next to it, JPY, because usually, it's not happening this year, but usually JPY and gold, JPY as a currency, the yen, and gold moves in the same direction. Usually, not this year. And then we've got the euro pairs, as you can see, GBP pairs, last but not least, the remaining exotic ones. So let's do it. One more check before I start. Tatenda, I'm happy to see you here. Thank you so much. It's an honor. Let's get into it. I'll go over 2 or 3, and then I'll be checking the comments. If you have any questions about a specific one, if you want to request a different one, I'll be covering it. So for the XY, after being stuck inside a big range for a while, we finally broke above the previous structure, above this one, previously as support and resistance multiple times, and we had lower lows and lower highs, right? As you clearly notice, we finally had this break, which is considered an impulse movement. Yes, we might trade lower from here, but it would be a correction movement before maybe next bullish push and fill this supply zone, which we can see even better from daily time frame. On daily time frame, we can see that previously we broke above these highs. We are currently just right there. For the bear to take over again, we need to see a break below it, which is around 105.2.3. If you break it downward, expect this movement till around this demand zone again, which is previously as support and so on, till around 103.5. But meanwhile, if you want until, or if you don't have this break, meanwhile, we would be bullish, especially after breaking above this high. If you break it higher, we'll be expecting further bullish movement. And it's still possible to test this previous supply, as I showed you previously, which is the low and lining up with this high, as long as we don't break this low downward. So this is very important to know where we are. So usually, if we check the XY, that we are bullish now. So most forex pairs will continue in the same direction unless we have this break. In this case, we'll have a shift in momentum from bullish to bearish on the XY. Thus, we can see a shift in momentum in many forex pairs. Of course, mainly the USD pairs, but of course, the XY doesn't only move the USD pairs, it also moves the entire market, right? So that's why we keep an eye on the XY. From H4 time frame, from a medium-term perspective, we can see that we are also stuck inside this big range. For the bulls to remain in control or to take over again, we need to see a break above this high. Once we have this break, we'll be expecting further bullish movement till around the upper supply, as mentioned previously, of course, and we'll keep updating it on the go. But for now, this is what we are waiting for, a break above this. Vice versa, as I showed you from daily time frame, if you break below this low, around 103.2.3, expect further bearish movement. If you zoom into H1, I can't really add much. We broke below the previous low, and we have been bearish since then, making lower lows and lower highs, trading inside this falling wedge pattern. Now, or currently, we are breaking above the zone, but it's nothing that important, at least to me, because we still have this previous structure that we saw from H4 time frame. So even if you break it upward and trade higher, we can still reject this upper area, just like what happened previously multiple times, and price to push lower to get back inside this horizontal range. Okay, so now it's just an early alert, right, that the bulls are kicking in, are pushing higher, because previously we have been making lower lows and lower highs, right? So lower highs like this, but lately, or like just now, if you want, like these 2 hours, we are breaking above this high, which is also breaking above this falling bottoming wedge, which was engulfing the overall bearish movement. So that's why it's no longer effective, and we can delete it. The trend lines are usually just to feel the market on if price goes up this much as an impulse or expecting a correction this much as a correction, right? Like some people use Fibonacci tools or other tools. I personally just go for trend lines. Anyway, we'll get a lot of examples. You can ask questions and so on. We have plenty of time, right, today. So if you break above this, we'll be expecting further bullish movement. Let me check the chart. Kamal, hope you're doing good. Kamal Abbas. Amazing. I can see your screen clearly. Thank you, Johnny. Victor, hope you're doing good. Also, as a side note, Anko and Victor are the two senior members who are going to share their charts, hopefully one after 1 hour and then another one after 1.5 to 2 hours. We also have a third one whenever he post a comment. I'll also highlight him. His name is Hady. So whenever he make a comment, Hady, where are you? I'll be highlighting him, and of course, I'll be introducing them one after one when the time comes. So let's move forward to EURUSD finally. So EURUSD, just like the XY, we have been stuck inside a big range, and you can clearly see it from daily time frame, multiple rejections from this zone. If you zoom out to weekly time frame, we can see it even better. Yes, we broke below these lows. However, we are still stuck inside a big range. For the bears to confirm that they are strong enough to take over from a long-term perspective, we need to see a break below this 1.04. If you break it downward, expect further bearish movement till this area, a long-term one till around the 1 round number, which is a round number, of course, and a demand zone, previous support, and so on. But for now, as long as you are here, you are still stuck inside a range. Yes, the bulls are clearly pushing. However, we are still inside this range. We are bullish because we are making higher lows and higher highs, right? But that doesn't mean that we are bullish from a long-term perspective. It might just be a correction movement like this, right? And then we break it downward, break below this low, which I highlighted from weekly time frame, and then trade lower as a big impulse correction and then impulse again, right? Yes, this might happen, but of course, we need to see the XY trading higher and higher from here. For now, let's take it step by step. As I always say, we are overall bullish from a medium-term and short-term perspective. If you zoom into H4 time frame, we can see it even better. Impulse correction, right? And lately we rejected the lower bound and we traded higher, and today we rejected the upper bound and we are trading lower. For the bulls to take over from a medium-term perspective, to expect a bigger bullish movement upward, we need to see a break above this previous major high from daily time frame, which would be around 1.07, right? If you break it higher, we'll be expecting this movement till around this supply zone, the resistance zone, and so on. For now, we are slightly bullish, but of course we need to see this break for the bullish to take over long term. Meanwhile, we are now in a correction, just like previously, this and this. As we approach the lower bound again, we'll be looking for new buy stops. Again, previously, we were looking for buy stops around this area, price set it higher. Of course, we always zoom into lower time frames and wait for any bullish reversal setup to get activated. It depends on you. We have certain rules that we look for example, basic ones like a double top, like an inverse head and shoulders, double bottom, this one, inverse head and shoulders, or any pattern that you are currently following. So, for example, here we've got the 1 to 3 pattern, like big impulse, and then 1 to 3. We broke it upward. We could have entered the trade here, price traded higher, and we rejected lately the upper bound. I can't really say much as an update just previously, which is on Friday afternoon till today. For now, I can't really say much because the movement here was very sharp. I don't really see any swing highs and swing lows, just a big movement up and a big movement down like a V shape. But what we know so far is that if we trade lower, and especially if it goes like this as a flat movement, it would be a good if you want condition around this support, which is an horizontal support, and slightly slowing the momentum, which would be a good area to look for trend following buy stops. And as a side note, since we are mentioning this already, this is very important to know like the momentum, like to feel the market. And by this, I mean, if you are trading lower, just like we saw on EURUSD now, right? If you are trading lower, I prefer to see price going lower like this, right? Making lower lows and lower highs means that price is still managing to trade lower. The bears are still in control. However, they are not as strong as before, because previously they have been making like this, big low and lower highs, or a sharp movement just like EURUSD. So I prefer to see this, which means that the bears are exhausted. They aren't being able to push any lower. They are, but not as strong as before. This is a good example for a potential reversal, right? So when I see this, usually I be looking for buy stops, of course, to be combined with other tools like supply and resistance and so on. For example, if you see this around a support zone, it would be a very good area. Okay, give me a minute because someone is trying to call me. Let me. Okay, perfect. So this is it. Vice versa, if we trade lower, and just like this one, the impulse, and we make a rising correction instead of a falling correction, this usually means as a continuation pattern. So let me delete this, and show it to you in a better manner. So if the correction is falling, just like this, after a big bearish impulse, you'll expect a reversal. And if the correction is rising, just like this, as you clearly notice, it usually means a continuation pattern. This high and higher low, it means that like some sellers are like closing their position and so on, and we are having like a small rebound, but it isn't usually a full reversal. So once we have a break below the previous low right there, it will activate this continuation pattern. We'll be expecting further bearish movement. So I'm showing you this because we have a live example now on EURUSD, and of course we are still waiting for this to happen, and we have a big bearish movement. I would like to wait for this, and then I'll be looking for buy stops. Very similar scenario here, a big impulse, and then price stock inside a range like this, and then we had the break and price traded higher. We need to see something like this to happen. Okay, so that's basically for EURUSD. Okay, Hady, we've been talking about you just now. So Hady is this third guy, or third, if you want to say gentleman or senior member, who is going to share his screen, hopefully. Like Hady will be the last one, so which will be after a couple of hours from now. So you will see Hady then, okay? Hady, Victor, and Anko, they are able to share the camera, so you get to see them, of course, if they are able to, but of course they are going to share the charts and show you a couple of examples. Okay, I don't know who you are, a YouTube user, of course, but I can't really say hi back. So hi, if you would like to tell us your name, I would like to call you by your name, okay? Cam. Hello, Cam. Thank you for the education content. You're more than welcome. Happy to see you here. Let's continue with the next one. Of course, I got a big list as mentioned, so I'll go over it one after one. Next, we've got USDCHF. Okay, perfect. Let's go to weekly time frame. It's always better. The view is cleaner. And that's it. So previously we had a support zone, multiple rejections from it, broken downward. Now it's acting as a resistance zone. We traded lower, and lately we rejected it and we are trading lower. We are currently retesting this resistance zone. So yes, it's currently acting as a resistance. That's why we are looking for trend following sell setups. So this movement reminds me very much of this movement, correction, and then we had the movement downward. So we had the impulse. We are currently in a correction, and we might be seeing a bearish movement downward. If we zoom into H4 time frame, can't really add much. This is just a deeper correction than usual because previously we had this impulse, correction, impulse. So if the bearish trend is still on, it's still like classic one, if you want to call it, we would be seeing this movement. Right, we had the break below the previous low and so on. So we had a shift in momentum already. You are bearish, but this didn't happen. Instead, the correction kept going and going, trading higher. but it is still called a correction unless we see a break above the previous major high, which is resulted in a lower low, which is obviously this one, lower low right there. So if you break above this, which is also lining up with this previous low, we'll be expecting this movement till around the upper band, right? Till around the upper resistance again. But meanwhile, as long as we are inside the zone, we are below this low, below 0.91, we are looking for sell setups, right? Previously, like this is an old drawing because like everything changed the last couple of hours, which is 1 hour or two. So like I had this layout. I prepared my chart a couple of hours ago before the stream. So like price was here. Anyway, now price stayed higher. I've been waiting for a break below this low, right, to go for a short position because we are around the resistance zone and so on. As I mentioned, it didn't happen, right? So we kept on moving higher and higher. Now I can't really add much. We need to delete the previous drawings because price didn't break, didn't activate the sell. And now I'll be updating my analysis. We've got this trend line as a potential overall direction, and to see a shift in momentum to go for a sell, like sell setup, sell trade, whatever you want to call it. We need to see some more conditions, if you want, like presenting themselves. For example, if this happens and then we get this impulse correction, and here we go, we get these three touches around the trend line. In this case, the trend line would be valid, and if we break it downward, then I can go for a short position right there. This is the first condition. The second condition is if now we got stuck inside the consolidation, like almost, if you want, the opposite of EURUSD, right? We had this big impulse, and if we get a rising correction like this, if we form any pattern here, for example, a double top, a 1 to 3 pattern, any pattern, right? Maybe a head and shoulders, right? In this case, I'll be highlighting the neckline, and if we break the neckline downward, I'll be going for a short position and target this lower area. Okay, of course, like now I'll be going for an example of the risk reward and so on, like whenever I see one. But for now, we don't really have a trade. I'll show you an example on how I do it, how I answer, where I place my stop loss and so on when I see a potential trade. But for now, like we're just like getting started. We're just like updating the watch list, updating our charts. Let's keep going. Okay, I'll be checking the comments just like after every couple of ones, so feel free to ask your questions, okay? Next, we've got GBPUSD. GBPUSD, very similar to many USD pairs who are stuck inside the big range. This one looks very similar to EURUSD if you want to compare it. That's it, right? Big bearish movement stuck inside the range, and here we go. The exact same thing for GBPUSD. For the bulls to take over long term and to say that we are now bullish on pound on GBP, we need to see a break above this area, which is around 1.235. Once we have this break, we'll be expecting this movement till around the next resistance. And of course, I always find my supply and resistance on higher time frames, on weekly and monthly, which are the big picture, which are like something holding like the price up or down, something that we expect a big movement from. Okay, so for example, we have the rejection from the support, we traded higher, and from this resistance, we traded lower. Anyway, you've got the idea. So I want to catch big movements. I want to highlight the rejection zones, big ones, because I want to, like, if you want, I want to target at least double or triple my stop loss size. So I want areas that tend to push the price a lot, and not like minor areas or like minor structure that might only reject the price for like a couple of hours. Okay, so I don't want that. So we can clearly see that on daily time frame we are stuck inside this range. If we zoom into H4, we can see the picture even cleaner. We are inside this big range, and inside it, or lately, we have been bearish, right? Trading inside this falling channel, making lower lows and lower highs, and we are currently in the making of the correction, which is like this. So the best case scenario here, or the best areas to look for setups, would be a sell around the upper band, right? Which is the intersection of this resistance zone of the upper trend line, which is also acting as a non-horizontal resistance, and this upper trend line, which is the most recent one, okay, which is of course like the most relevant or the most reliable of this one. But of course, this trend line and this resistance are just add-ons for us to feel the price even more and to get extra confluence or extra strength to go for a sell position. So this is the first option, or the first like a clue that I'm waiting for to look for a sell around this area. Vice versa, because we are currently approaching the lower bound again of this big range, which is a support zone, right? Support from weekly time frame, and lately, of course, we also have rejected it multiple times. So it's a long-term support and a local support as well. That's why as we trade lower, I'll be also looking for buy setups around this lower band. It's not the best case scenario, it's not the best area for me to look for setups, because it is usually like against the overall trend. The best ones would be like as a trend following one to catch the next impulse to push the price lower. But of course, it's still fine because we have some room to reach the upper bound before, sorry, they have like a lot of room to reach the upper bound, so price would have hit our take profit before even reaching a rejection zone. So that's it. So for now, I can't really say much. We are in the middle of these two supply resistance. This is previously just to feed the price, and as you can see, obviously we broke it down and we are trading lower. So nothing to mention for this one, except that I'm waiting for this, maybe this to form, and then I'll be buying on break upward, or vice versa. If we trade higher from here and reject this, if you want rising broadening wedge like this, trade higher, I'll be looking for some setups around the upper band. That's it for GBPUSD. Let's wait. Marius Andre, Richard the King. Marius from London. Hello, Marius. Hope you're doing good. Amazing. So, like for those who don't know, like, let me give you like a little bit of context about this comment. So, like, I've been in London, like Marius, when on 28 September to 29 September maybe, yeah. And like Marius and I met for a walk and then for a nice coffee, of course, and we had a nice conversation. Marius, I'm glad to see you here. Cheers, mate. Let's continue for the next one, which is USDCAD. Okay, so we're still going over the USD pairs, and we still have a lot. We still have NZDUSD, AUDUSD, USDJPY, and gold, right? So for USDCAD, perfect. Previously, we rejected the lower bound of this rising trend, right? We rejected it, we traded higher, and we have been bullish since then. However, we are currently approaching these previous two highs, this one and this one. I guess this one is already broken, but this is the last or the previous major one, which is not broken yet. If we broke above this area, we'll be expecting further bullish movement around the next resistance zone, which we can see even better from monthly time frame, right? Multiple rejections from the zone, and this chart reminds me very much of gold, right? So this is very interesting because, like, here we go. This is the chart, and let me go to gold. And this is it, right? If you zoom in, you can see it 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, we rejected and we are trading higher. So this is, in fact, this is USDCAD as well. 1, 2, 3, and we are trading higher to here, and 1, 2 from here. Anyway, you've got the idea, this big range. If you break above this high, as I mentioned, from weekly, expect further bullish movement till this zone where we'll be looking for reversals around this area. For now, we are stuck inside a big range, right? We actually broke above this resistance. We had multiple rejections from previously. So this zone here is acting as a support now. So as we retest it, we'll be looking for buy stops, and vice versa, of course, as we approach this upper band again. This is currently acting as a potential local resistance, so we'll be looking for a sell, unless of course it's broken upward. In this case, we'll be expecting, as I mentioned multiple times, bullish movements. On daily time frame, we can clearly see that we are trading inside this rising channel. We had our impulse correction and then an impulse. So now we are expecting a correction and we are looking to trade this correction. We are looking for sell setups, right? So previously we have been bearish, making big low lows, correction, low low, lower high, and here we go, a lower high, a lower low, a small lower low, right? Not just the previous one like this, showing us on an early alert that the bears aren't strong enough to push lower. Anyway, the confirmation of the trend change was after a break above this high, which is this one. We broke it upward, we had our impulse, now we are bullish, we had the correction, retesting the previous high, and now we had this next impulse movement. Anyway, for now, we're approaching the upper band. So the more we approach the zone, to me, the better, right? Because I want to go for a sell position, to look for a sell setup when the price is already overbought, right? Let me optimize it. That's it. That's the previous high, and we are currently approaching the zone. So it's very important to know where you are in the market, right? Let me give you a quick intro about my trading style. Let's remove this one, make it a clean chart. Come on, how many levels I have? Okay, perfect. Let's go for it here. So we always start from the higher time frames, right? So for weekly and monthly, okay, so I've got two time frames. What is it? Okay, give me a minute. Okay, so two time frames, weekly and monthly, two time frames, H4 and daily, and two time frames, H1 and 30. Every combination or every two time frames are for a specific thing. The first combination is weekly and monthly. This is where I start from like to get an idea about the big picture, right? Where we currently are from a macro perspective. Are we overall bullish? Are we approaching a resistance, a support? Are the bears getting exhausted? Are the bulls now too strong, and so on? This is where I feel the market, right? And then once I know where I am in the market, I zoom into lower time frames, because my entries are at my time frame. My entry time frames are M30 and H1, but it doesn't make sense to zoom in from weekly and monthly all the way to M30, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. So this is why H4 and daily are what I call an intermediate ones. It is where like it makes more sense. It is where, like, if you want, it tells the whole story. So it has more data from higher time frames, but it is in the middle, right? So it is the link between the big time frames and the small time frames. So on H4 and daily, this is where it confirms or it contradicts, right, the higher time frame. So for example, if you are overall bullish, making higher highs and higher lows, right, I want to know where I am here, what's happening right there on lower time frames, to know if we can expect further continuation or we expect further bearish movement. Or for example, if this is from weekly time frame, we have big low lows and lower highs like this, right? It doesn't make sense to look for buy setup on lower time frame right there, but we have a structure here. We have a daily major high, right, from from the daily time frame, right? So I want to know where I am from a medium term perspective from daily and H4 to know if it's lining up with the upper bounds, with the upper with the upper time frames, I wanted to say. But you've got the idea. So long story short, we start from the higher time frames, weekly, monthly, daily, H4, just to feel the market if you are bullish, bearish, or stuck inside the range. And then we wait for the price to approach one of these key rejection zones. Of course, it depends on what you use. Also, maybe you use Fibonacci retracements, maybe you use previous highs, previous lows, maybe you use channels, maybe, I don't know, right? It depends on you. Maybe you use an envelope, a Bollinger Bands, a moving average. It depends on you. But no matter your trading style, no matter if you use indicators or not, no matter what you do, always start from the higher time frames. You want to know where you are. Like, it doesn't make sense to look for a buy, but you don't know where you are buying, right? Anyway, and this is very important because it will help us gain an edge from a technical perspective, right? So if you are in the middle of nowhere, let's take a horizontal range, for example. If you're in the middle of nowhere, right, we don't have an edge, right? Because price from here can either go up or down. We have 50% chance to go up or down, of course, unless we have a structure, unless we have a trend inside a trend, and so on. Okay, but from a long-term perspective, it's always better to wait for the price to approach the support zone to look for a buy, or to wait for the price to approach the resistance zone to look for a sell. because around this area we have more probability the price would reject it than break it down. Of course, it can still be broken down. That's why we don't buy blindly. And of course, maybe it will not be broken down. Maybe it will be a wick, right? But don't buy blindly because price can still go and form a wick before trading higher, right? So that's why we don't. We always zoom into lower time frames around this area and confirm that the buyers are strong enough to take over. Anyway, the exact same logic can be applied for the bullish trend and for the bearish trend. As price approaches the upper band, we'll be expecting it to be oversold and we'll be expecting a correction movement, and we are looking for a sell up there, and vice versa. It would be even better to look for a trend following setup. If you are in the middle of nowhere, it's better to stay out. This is why we analyze a lot of charts, like for us to pick the best ones, right? Because some of them would be in the middle, some of them would be already around the resistance. So we focus on the ones that are around the rejection, and we ignore the ones that are in the middle, and vice versa. So we analyze a lot for us to pick like a few from these if you want pairs, and then it will be considered as a hot watch list, and then we'll be waiting for a break and so on. So that's it. In the middle of nowhere, we don't look for trades. That's it. As a quick introduction, as a break from the charts. And yeah, so for now, if you apply the same logic, we are stuck inside this big range. In this case, it's more of a bearish trend, but it's flat. So it's more of a horizontal range. This is the upper bound, right? It's a big zone. And this is the lower bound, right? So now we're approaching the upper bound. As long as we are here, we have more chance that the price would go down than up. Of course, we don't sell blindly. We zoom into lower time frames, just like we are doing, and look for a sell on lower time frames. Or if broken upward, in this case, we'll be expecting further bullish movements. So on daily time frame, this is where, as I mentioned, it's in the middle between the higher ones and the lower ones. So from daily time frame, we can see that, we can make more sense of the chart that, yeah, we're approaching a resistance, but now we can gather more info that we are trading inside this big rising channel, and we are approaching the upper band. So, which is even more important, that this trend line here, okay, is helping the intersection of this resistance from weekly and the trend line. This intersection is even making the zone even smaller, because sometimes on weekly time frame the zone would be very big, just like this one, right? So even we are looking for a buy, for example, here around the support zone, it might be a very long, a very big zone. So price can still dive inside it. We look for a buy, we go for the entry, it hits stop loss. That's the lower band of the support before trading higher, right? So this is why the daily and H4 are very important, because they will help us make the area smaller, because we have more data, more if you want, confluences, more tools intersecting inside the zone, making the zone even smaller. For example, here, this is the intersection of these two, will make even first a stronger area, second a smaller area. Yeah. Okay, give me a minute. I mute myself, I want to cough. Okay, Adu, hope you're doing good. No, you are not late. We have 5 hours, so you are not late at all. Greetings, hope you're doing good. Okay, so yeah, after talking 40 minutes, I'm just taking a sip and I'm just checking. I guess Victor will get into, yeah, at 6. So like in 20 minutes, Victor will take the stage and will be sharing his screen. For now, I still have 20 minutes, so let me cover as much as possible. Of course, after 30 minutes, I'll be also going for, many questions. I'll be checking the comment section. So yeah, so like the if you want, the schedule is Victor will go for 30 minutes, I will go for 30 minutes, and then Anko will go for 30 minutes, I'll go for 30, Hady, and so on, right? So just one question: what comes first between trend line and a trend? What comes first between trend line and trend? Do you identify a trend, then you apply a trend line, or do you use trend lines to find a possible trend? Wow, very nice question, Chris. So you can't really find a trend line unless you have a trend, right? It's called a trend line. So it's a line that's not horizontal, it's following the overall trend. Okay, so this is what we do. We have a live example here anyway, but I always like to show you and as drawings first, and then I'll give you an example on the chart. So let me remove this one, get it like this, perfect. So if you have a high and you have a lower high, right? You usually, many traders, including me, it depends on your rules on when to draw a trend line, when it is valid, when or what dots you connect, and so on. Anyway, I'll be talking a little bit about how to do it objectively, but for now, let's focus on your question. So if you have a low low and a low high, okay, trend lines are just tools to feel the chart, right? I rarely enter trades like based on the trend lines, and I explain what I mean by rarely. Okay, so we are overall bearish, right? We saw a low low and a lower high. Then you can connect these two highs. If you are bearish, of course, we connect the highs, and then I make an offset. Once I draw this one by connecting the highs, I make an offset of it to find, like if you want something that's engulfing the overall price. For example, sometimes it might be like this. We have a low right there. Okay, in this case, I'll be optimizing it to touch this low and like making it like this, forming a falling broadening wedge. Or vice versa, if we have a higher high and a higher low, here we go, right? So if we get this chart like this, okay, but then we get a chart like this, okay, we have, of course, like we connect, because we are overall bullish, making high lows, we connect the lows, but then we see that this one isn't touching the trend line. So what I do, I optimize it to make it touch the upper one, because this trend line now will make me feel the price action more. And by feel, I mean that we are making higher highs, but it is not a big higher high as it used to be, right? It's not as big as this higher high. It's a small higher high, which is making us being able to draw a wedge pattern, right? It's a higher high, but it's flat, or like the impulse is flat, or the higher high isn't that big. So the trend lines and the channels and so on just help us feel if the bulls are still as strong as before. If it's as a channel or a falling broadening wedge, then definitely yes. Because if it's a channel, then price is being able to push as high as before, which means that the bullish trend is still very strong. Or if it's a rising broadening wedge, which is even stronger, then every time price goes up, we'll get an even higher high, a bigger difference between the previous two. Okay, so this is the style, or this is the process I do on higher time frames. For example, on H4 and above. Okay, all of these trend lines from higher time frames are just to feel the markets. On lower time frames, well, I use it as a trigger, as I showed you, for example, previously. For example, on EURUSD, if you have an impulse like this, oops, I got choppy because, okay, like this, and here we go. Now we have a small channel. It's like on H1, it's just a trigger channel. Of course, you want extra confirmation by breaking above it, just like this. In this case, this is my trigger. Meanwhile, because price can still trade lower and lower and lower and lower and continue to make another low and lower high and a bigger impulse, or even break the support and so on. So always wait for the bulls to prove to you they are strong enough to take over by at least breaking a high and so on. Okay, so this is what I usually do. This is first. Second, which is also an important trick, that don't trade solely on trend lines, right? They are just good. I personally prefer trend lines over moving averages. I don't like moving averages. Some traders do, right? And they have a whole plan based on it. I personally don't like it. I prefer trend lines to feed the price as a non-horizontal support, as to know if the price or like who is currently in control and so on. And on lower time frames, I look for triggers. But anyway, bear in mind that trend lines are zones and not laser lines. Okay, let me explain. For example, we've got these lows and like this, right? So like many traders would just say that, okay, we have a break like this below the trend line, let's go for a sell. Of course not, right? So trend lines are just as big zones like this. So I usually, if you are still starting out, I always recommend that you draw it like this as a big zone, okay? Or you can go for the channel option and make the middle like, because you can extend it and make the middle like if you want, like anyway, you've got what I mean. Maybe I'll show you, but I never used it. But let me check. Channel. What is it? Yeah, here we go. I guess rotate the rectangle. Yeah, exactly. So you can go for this one. I guess it's, yeah, this is it, right? But if you'd like, simply do it like I do, right? Make an offset of it. So it's an entire zone, it's just for overall direction. Don't like because price can always like undershoot it, right? Or price can a little bit overshoot it before trading higher. So it's an entire zone just to feel the price. For the price to invalidate this trend line, like if you want completely, we need to see an aggressive break below it, like multiple big bearish candles in this case to invalidate it. In this case, it will be no longer, like if you want valid, it will no longer like represent an overall direction or helping us to understand anything. It's broken, it's no longer valid, it should be removed. And of course, even if the trend line is broken, don't sell. Okay, the trend lines are not signals to sell or buy. It's a non-horizontal line. So always wait for a previous low to be broken. But it also has to break the trend line shouldn't be below it. So for example, if we get a low like this, right, and we have a low right there, if it's broken, here we go, right? But the trend line can still hold it back. In this case, we don't sell. We want this low to be broken like this. The low is broken and the trend line is broken, so nothing is holding this one back anymore. In this case, yes, we can go for a sell position. Okay, so trend lines are not signals to buy or sell. It's just for over direction. But if you want, I don't have a short answer, but as a short answer for your question, first the trend, if you want, and then we can do the trend line based on the trend. Okay. Joseph, congratulations on your journey. Saw your style on Trading Nut and I loved it. Salute, Joseph. Happy to see that you are enjoying my style. Glad to see you here. How do we put accurate stop loss on chart? Nice question, Ali. I'll be going over this one in a bit. Glad to see. Give me a moment. There's stop. Okay. Okay, give me a minute. Victor, how are you doing? Okay, so glad to see you in action again. Marius, glad to see you here as well. Okay, I'm going to do this one. Yes, perfect. Hello, hope you're doing good. Let's move forward. So Ali asked about how do we put stop loss on chart, right? How do we put accurate stop loss on chart? If you'd like, now in a bit, I'll get an example where I'll share my risk to reward ratio and so on. So I'll give you like a trick if you would like, but as a basic approach, it's always better to go for the previous low and the previous high, right? But it all depends on the situation and so on, because sometimes the stop loss would be big and so on. So it all depends on the current, if you want setup, current trade. But as a basic approach, as a start, if you are starting out, start with the previous low, previous high, and later on, right, inside your journal, start writing notes on how you can make it smaller. If you make it smaller, it will be better or worse, right? I mean, like the overall result. And that this is where, like, because I can't really give you a direct advice, because I don't really know I don't really know like your trading style, what stop loss style suits your strategy better, because every approach is different. Okay. But again and again, as a basic approach, you can go for the previous low. It might be a major low or it might be a minor low. I'll show you an example in a bit if you would like. Chris, I'm happy on my question. I saw what you said yesterday. Okay, perfect, Chris. Let me go over a couple of more pairs and then here we go. So NZDUSD, we are overall bearish, making low lows and lower highs and so on. I actually posted this one on TradingView. I also had this one right there. So if you go to my TradingView profile, you can at any time go here. Okay, as you can see, like I'm a top author on TradingView with 57K followers. I've been posting here for 5 years. I've got 2,700 ideas so far. So if you click on filter ideas and go for NZDUSD, okay, I always use FXCM ticker for forex. So you click on this one and you can see all the previous NZD analysis that I've posted, right? You can scroll back as much as you want. So for example, you can go for till 2021, right? And I guess 2020 as well. Yeah, to 2020 as well. But anyway, I want to highlight this last one. Okay, and that's it. So I've been waiting for the price to approach this zone to look for buy stops, right? Because it's already the intersection of a support zone, which is the horizontal one, and the non-horizontal one right there. So Chris, to answer your question as well, this is how trend lines helped us feel the overall market, right? So I'm connecting these highs and the lows, like if you want, like I call these trend lines the outer ones. So to show us the borders on how much the price can go max, right? So I already had this trend channel from here, and now I'm just like trading this big channel. Of course, it is a big one from daily time frame. But anyway, from weekly time frame, we're approaching a demand zone, a support zone, and so on. On daily time frame, we can even see it better, approaching the lower band of it. And knowing that price can still dive inside the zone before trading higher, but we are looking for buy stops already starting from here, because we have this big zone. As I showed you previously, this trend line helped us make the zone smaller, right? Because we can't really know where to look for buy stops inside this big zone, but because we have the trend line, now we know that around this trend line, we have intersection of two confluences, two things lining up, making this big zone smaller. Anyway, also, if we check left, we can see we have a demand zone right there, right? We have an explosive movement from here. The price hasn't filled yet. Of course, it's currently filling it, or maybe on H4, we have an even smaller candle right there. So we have a demand, lower trend line, support zone. That's why we're looking for buy stops. On H4 time frame, lately we broke below the structure. We broke below these previous lows. The bulls take over again. From a medium-term perspective, we need to see a break above this high. Once we break above it, we'll be expecting price to dive back inside the range, and we'll be expecting a movement like this, right, inside the range, until eventually the range is broken upward and above 0.61 and so on. In this case, we'll be expecting a longer-term bullish movement, which means that we'll get this movement like that, like this, right? A movement till around the upper bound of this falling channel. But for now, let's take it step by step while still around the lower bound. First, what we are waiting for is a break above this. In this case, we'll have an impulse, and then on the correction, we can look for a trend following buy. That's the first one. Second, since we are already here, okay, we can look for buy stops around the lower bound of it. So we have a small range. Okay, as we approach the lower band, we can look for a buy. Of course, knowing that price can still trade a little bit lower, and we have a non-horizontal support. So every if you want period, or the more time passes, the lower it gets, because it's a non-horizontal support and not a horizontal one. So even if we get a little bit lower, we are still looking for buy stops as a small correction buy. So we zoom into lower time frames and so on. So for example, and anyway, like it's the same comment for all USD pairs. I'm waiting for After this one, I'm waiting for a consolidation, something to fall, and then I'll be buying on break upward. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't. So we keep on trading lower from here. I'm not going for longs, but I want a consolidation and then wait for the bulls to take over again. I can't really say much from a 30 time frame, but this is basically it. Okay, so someone is asking me what time I'll be live. Let me just answer that I'm live now. I don't know if you are already here. Let me check the comments. Okay. Okay, Abim Bola, right? I don't know if you are here, Abim Bola, but let me just like reply. I'm already live. Check YouTube signal. So like I don't usually reply to my comments or to my texts when I'm live, but we have a 5 hours live today, so like, okay, I can't really ignore my phone for 5 hours, especially that if someone is trying to join us, right? So would like to have a bigger family. How can one overcome fear? Something when I place trade, I'll be scared not to lose. Sometimes I close the trades before it hits targets. Very nice question. I'll be replying to it, okay, in a bit. But if I don't, please feel free to ping me again to remind me again, because now I just want to finish USD pairs, okay? Because after 5 minutes, Victor will start, and this is a big answer because I want to tackle this if you want, and because as you already know, I don't have a short answer, so I always like to explain why and how and start from the core and not just give a yes or no question, okay, and answer that question. So please remind me to answer it again. Phosphoric, hello, hope you're doing good. Eddie, congrats, thank you so much. I'm happy to see you here. Keep going, you too. Mehmet, hey, hope you're doing good. Okay, so let me move forward with, I still have AUDUSD, USDJPY, and then I'll give the stage or the mic to Victor. Perfect. So AUDUSD, we broke below the previous support. We can see it very clearly on weekly time frame. This is the previous major low. We broke it down, we retested it, and we are currently pushing lower. As we approach the support zone, we'll be looking for buy stops down there. On daily time frame, for the bulls to take over again, we need to see a break above the 0.65. Once we have this break, we'll be expecting this, and we'll be looking for buy stops on lower time frames. And of course, as we approach the upper bound, we'll be looking for sell setups. It would be a big correction, and then we'll be looking for a trend following big impulse movements. Next, if you go to H4 time frame, we have a big range. We have been trading inside it for a while. So as you approach the upper bound, we'll be looking for sell setups on lower time frames, M30 and H1, and vice versa. As you approach the lower bound again, just like NZDUSD, we'll be looking for buy stops on lower time frames. For now, I'm not looking for setups on AUDUSD. It's in the middle of nowhere, and I'm waiting, or I'm trading this particular range, right? Price can still go a little bit lower because, as I mentioned, we have a non-horizontal support. So the more time passes, price can still go a little bit lower and lower. But yeah, I'm trading around this area and around this area. Meanwhile, in the middle, I have no edge. I'm not interested in looking for setups. Next, we've got USDJPY. So the JPY pairs, unfortunately, has been very weak lately. That's why okay, we can see this big bullish movement. Okay. Okay. Let's start from monthly time frame just to give you the overall idea. a big picture. So this is where we currently are, right? Around this resistance zone, if you zoom a little bit out, you can see a supply zone right there, a previous high which is already broken multiple times, and we have the 152, which is the previous high. Here we go, right there. So if this 152 is broken upward, expect further bullish movement on USDJPY, and I don't see anything holding it back until 160. Of course, this is from a long-term perspective. Now, if you zoom into daily time frame, we can see that we are still overall bullish, and this upper bound is not only the upper bound of this orange one from a weekly time frame, it's also the upper bound of this brown channel from daily time frame. So this is how we feel the market even more. This is an intersection of multiple trend lines holding the price back. That's why around this area, even like 153, I'll still be looking for some setups as a correction movement. We have an impulse correction. We are currently in the making of an impulse, and we are expecting or trading the potential next correction move. But of course, we don't sell blindly. As I always say, we zoom into lower time frames and look for setups. On H4 time frame, we even have a channel inside a channel, right? So it's like a baby inside a baby. Like, oops, we can't say that. You got what I mean. Like I mean like this one. I don't know what we call it, but it's like something inside something, okay? So a big impulse, a correction, a big impulse, and we are currently looking for this correction. So we have the upper trend line in orange, in brown, in red. So multiple intersections around this area. That's why I'm looking for setups around this zone. So what we are waiting for, a big impulse. What we are waiting for, you already know it. A consolidation, better if it is a rising one, right? Maybe a double top, maybe, I don't know, right? It depends on what you trade, what are the patterns that you are following, and wait for a break below it. In this case, I'll be going for a short, for a sell around this area. And like that's because I don't really have I don't really have any potential trades for now, at least for USD pairs, because we have a big impulse. Let's go for an example here on this one. For example, we have this, right? So a double top, let's say, okay? So a double top, this is the neckline right there. So usually the basic approach to answer your question, Ali, we can go for a short position. It depends on you. If you enter on the candle close immediately, or wait for a retest, or wait for a retest inside the zone. There are many styles. It depends on what suits your personality, your time, your strategy, right? But the basic approach would be to place your stop loss above the previous high. Okay, as I mentioned previously, I'll show you another example on how to optimize it. Hopefully, whenever I see like a potential trade. But for now, this is where we go. And of course, we always target at least double our stop loss size to have an edge over the market from a risk management perspective. So everything we are doing now, currently, or like for these previous pairs, I was trying to gain an edge from a technical perspective, right? So this is our first edge. Our second edge would be from a risk management perspective by always targeting double our stop loss size at least. This way, even if we have a 50% win rate only, we can still make money, because when we win at least double of when we lose. So that's basically it for the USD pairs. I covered these ones. I still have a lot, and I still have stocks. I still have crypto. Feel free to request any altcoin or instrument. Exactly. Exactly, Victor. So feel free to request any instrument, and I would be happy to do it. Okay, so now let's welcome Victor. Victor is one of the senior members. He has been with us, with the family, for a couple of years now. He's one of my favorite senior members. Of course, like everyone is my favorite in a certain way. But I have a big relationship with Victor. He's truly one of a kind, and I'm happy that he's able today to come on stage and share his screen as well. And meanwhile, I'll be taking a little bit break. I'm still here, but like Victor will take the lead. And Victor, feel free to share your camera, your screen, and Of course, feel free to share anything that you might have, maybe educational stuff, maybe your charts, and so on. Hello, Victor. Hope you're doing good.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Like this, maybe. Yeah.
Good.
Like
Hello,
this.
everyone. I hope
Victor.
everyone's doing well.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay.
So
okay, give me a second. I'm trying to stop my screen. I guess I'll click on something. Hopefully, it doesn't make something bad. I click on stop screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess this is it. Okay. So now feel free, whenever you are ready, Victor. Feel free to share your screen. I guess you click on present, and then you share you pick your one. Hope you're doing good, Victor.
I'm all good. I can't complain. How are you?
I'm doing
Congratulations.
fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm very happy, and I'm very happy that you guys are here as well.
Yes, for sure. Can you
so
see
Dion is saying hi, Victor.
Screen? Hi. Hi, Dion. Can you see my screen? It's XAUUSD gold.
Okay, let me now move my. I'll move myself aside.
So someone asked how you overcome fear.
Okay, Victor, it seems your connection is a bit slow.
I overcome fear through backtesting. Okay. Hi, Uncle. How are you? Hello, Eli. How's everyone doing?
So Diana said, Victor,
Nice.
Anko as well. Anko,
Glad to be here.
you are next. Be prepared, Anko. Elia as well. Diana, of course, perfect.
Awesome. I'm glad you can see it. I wonder if I can go over DAX quickly.
Of course.
Maybe I have it somewhere. Let me see. Personal. I have too many watch lists. Okay, here we go. It's the DE40.
DAX, yeah, amazing.
Okay, it's loading.
Okay, so Victor is going for DAX that Zakaria, right? I guess.
Zakaria Hamal.
So Zakaria, if you are listening or you are here, Victor is going for DAX for you.
So currently we're around an all-time high right now on DAX, trying to push above this zone created by the last all-time highs. It's pretty difficult to draw support and resistance on charts like this where there isn't enough data.
Yes, exactly.
So we'll draw one at, let's say, 163.50 maybe. It's nice to have a nice round number. Let's make it 1600. Ooh, that's a bit low. Let's make it 163. So price is very bullish currently, and our trading style will be looking for a reversal setup. We might even be able to draw a channel, which just gives us an overall direction of where the market is going, and it also gives So for example, currently now we'll be looking for sell setups, and then our next area will be this upper channel where we'll be looking for sell setups again. If price trades above this area, we'll be looking for buy setups again if price trades lower. These live streams always make me so nervous.
No, man, you are doing great.
I
Truly.
just want to show you quickly on daily that we have a structure that we'll be waiting for. We'll be waiting for price to break below this area again. So nothing really that may still form, but for now, projection. How you so that you don't close the trade too early. So what helps for that is back testing. That testing as much as you can, and if you can, maybe even forward testing. That's the best thing to combat fear, in my opinion.
Okay, Victor Zakaria is asking what could be the
So
top
now
price.
maybe we'll weird head and shoulders pattern forming or something like that. If to look for sell setups at the next rejection, or to look for buy setups when price trades high again, we'll be looking for buy setups down here. Currently, it's a little bit undecided as price is around this all-time high, and when price is around all-time highs, it tends to get very choppy before it decides actually where it wants to go. So yeah, that's it. I just want to take a better look at daily quickly and see maybe if I can draw this line better, just because I want to give the most accurate resistance that I can possible. Yeah,
Perfect.
so for now, this red dot, this red line is connecting 3 dots, and I would possibly use this last high as evidence to show that price is looking to push down again from the supply zone created by this last high. So for now, on lower time frames, we'll be waiting for a valid trend line to form, or maybe a head and shoulders pattern. What could be the top price if bullish? Well, it's very difficult to say what the top price would be, because price can always trade higher, but for us now 1.65 might be the highest that price might push, that we might still see before price trades lower. This round number over here, 16500, is a very strong round number that price might push up towards to test before trading back down, in my opinion. I hope that answers that question. Yeah, it would be nice if it made a pullback now, and it would be nice if we were in a sell position when it made that pullback. How's it, Victor? Where in SA are you from? I'm in Kimberley currently, but I was born in Joburg. Okay, I'm going to carry on where Rich left off with gold, if that's fine. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. We'll start on daily on gold.
Victor, someone is asking you, where in South Africa are you? Someone is asking, Cam,
Okay, Karen.
where in South Africa?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Oh, I said I'm staying in Kimberley right now. I was born in Joburg.
Nice.
I actually stay in a city called Kimberley, which used to be home to the biggest man-made mining hole in the world.
Wow. Gold.
It's where the big diamond that's on the Queen of England's crown,
Yeah.
the queen that passed away, that diamond comes from Kimberley.
And it happens that you are just mentioning it and you are analyzing gold chart.
Yeah,
This is how
gemstones.
much you got gold.
Yeah. Could be other info rather than the chart to complete the picture if we want to go long term. Thank you, Victor. I appreciate it. Well, it all depends if you trade fundamentals. If you're trading fundamentals, and I'll give you an example of how fundamentals sometimes help us in our trading plan. We don't necessarily enter during news, but we enter 2 hours after news has done, and sometimes that's actually perfectly what we needed. So the setup was forming, the news happened, the news created the setup for us, and then the market cooled down, and then we had a trigger. So if you want to go long on the DAX, I would personally wait for a break above the 16500, and then I'd look for buy either at the 16500, or I would even wait for price to go lower to retest one of these trend lines, which may eventually become a channel on H4, which will give us some push upwards. And then sometimes it happens that fundamentals come into play around where setup is activated, if that's what you mean, but we generally don't trade the news. I hope that answered the question. Other info. I'm also from Johannesburg. Hey, nice. Lots of South Africans use rich TL. It's our favorite indicator.
Exactly.
Okay. So on gold, we're around a big round number. That price has retested before, and that people associate with gold this big 2000. Currently, price is trying to push below it, and we're looking for sell setups. BEL, and if price breaks below this neckline, then we may say that the bears are taking over. But for now, the bulls are still in control from H4. This is what it looks like. It's very choppy and moving a little bit sideways on H1. I actually don't see, let me see if this is a valid trend line. It is a valid trend line, but let's check the shape of the swings. So we have this one, it's kind of big. Then our next swing would be this one. It's a lot smaller. And then we have this tiny little swing here. So this would not be a valid trade for us. Instead, we will wait for a cleaner pattern to show up. And yeah, that's pretty much it for now on gold. I'm sure Rich would add a lot more information than I do, but this is how I do it. Daily, CHFJPY. Also from the picture. Thanks, you're very welcome. You are very welcome. CHFJPY, you'll have to zoom out to monthly and to weekly to see the big picture. We're trading inside this big bullish channel. Currently, we're trying to price seems to want to push as high as it can, and so we might see price test the 170 before we trade lower again. For now, we're still looking for sell setups. And on daily, the picture is pretty clear, and I believe that this upper bound of this channel that we drew from monthly is quite accurate because we have a red dot formed around it. and now we're seeing a possible another dot form around it again. So it's pretty valid in my opinion, and I would look for sell setups around here with half risk. Preferably, and for a better probability setup, we'd see price retest the 170 before trading lower. H4, we had this 1, 2, 3, and of course, setups on H4 are half risk. For now, price broke below this possible demand zone and traded higher, and it seems to be rejecting it again, but it has been broken once, twice, and now it's been broken a third time. So pretty soon we'll have to delete this rejection zone. For now, we'll be waiting for price to, we were waiting for this, but price has broken the supply upwards. So for now, we'll be waiting for price to retest the dynamic resistance from daily. And if we go for a buy, we'll be waiting for a buy setup to form, around the lower demand zone. That's pretty much it. There's nothing much else to say about this one. JPY has been really wishy-washy lately, or JPY pairs, let me say. On daily, and price is nearly on a retest area, and on the H1 you are bearish with a bearish structure. Do you look for buy setups? Well, it all depends. If you're bullish on daily, okay, and you're approaching a resistance, you'll be looking for sell setups, and that's pretty much that. But let's say you're bullish on daily, but you have a correction, a small correction also forming on daily, then you would zoom into H1 to look for a bearish structure where you may look for buy. I'll give you a little example quickly. Where's a good one? There was one like this recently. This is a great question, actually. Oh, I wish I could think of the pairs that I remember. Just want to read the question again. You are bullish on daily and price is nearly on a retest area. And on the H1, you are bearish with a bearish structure. Do you look for buy setup? If you'd only look for buy setups if price could reach 1R. So here's a good example. On CADJPY, we were overall bullish, and we have the structure going towards 111. However, on lower time frames, at around this area, we started to look for buy setups at the 107.5. And so we zoomed in on H1 and M30 to try and find a bearish structure where we may look for buy setups. This 1, 2, 3 would have been that exact one. And I believe it was valid, but for me it was a skip, and I would have liked to see this. I hope that answers your question. Please analyze the DAX 40. Is it bearish environment when price breaks below 14619, 146? Let's check it out. Let's check it out. If price breaks below 14619, 14619. One 14619 and 14624. That's very low. Currently we're at 16332. wrong chart. But I believe this is the DAX. We'd be considered bearish if we have a break below 15635. I hope everyone is still getting me, hearing me fine. Are you able to hear me, Rich? Is the internet fine? I mean the connection. Hey, Chris from Woodbank.
Yeah.
100% answer.
Yeah, exactly, Victor. We can hear you well. Your connection seems to be fine. Your connection is fine.
Okay. I hope that explanation owing to Chris's question was adequate.
Well, I can't really say much, but Chris said it all. 100% answer my question. Salute. This is the question. Answer for your question.
Okay. Perfect. Where were we? NZDJPY, ne? NZDJPY is also a little bit tricky. Price has relatively respected these supply and demand zones. However, price likes to trade up and down between the zones. So that's what makes it tricky. Currently, we're around this trend line or lower bound of this narrowing wedge, and we're looking for buy setups. Knowing that we want the buy to be as activated, current supply zone makes things very, very tricky. There we have it. We have a structure on H4. It's not a valid structure, but it is a structure nonetheless. And currently we're seeing price break above it, and so we might see the bulls take over now. On H1 and lower time frames, we were waiting for a nice clean setup. We had this trend line setup over here. When was it? This morning. I wonder if I can, I'm just going to delete all this stuff quickly so that I can, it's just a little bit clearer for everyone to see and for me to see for that matter. So there we go. There's the setup, and then someone also asked how we play stop losses, and I know Rich did go over it, but I'll go over it again since I'm here. So this would be the enhanced entry stop loss. You wait for the MCC, and then you wait for a retest. That little retest there, that's where we go for it. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes owing to spread, but you may find a way around it. Just pay attention to what your broker does. And then our stop loss would go just below this last swing, not at the 0.618, but just here above this last swing. And for now, you'd have your stop loss on 1. As Rich mentioned, if this one is a little bit tricky for you, then you can always go for the basic one, which is just below the last swing. And then maybe just target 2R, which would be perfectly fine. So for now, on the NZDJPY, we'll be waiting for price to travel higher again to look for sell setups, or we'll wait for price to travel back down towards the dynamic support to look for buy setups again. So we'll be looking for a sell up here around the 90 round number, or we'll be looking for buy setups again around the dynamic support. Let me also take a sip of coffee.
Cheers, Victor.
Okay.
And
by the way, currently we're looking for.
Win7 is saying hi. Hi, Sean. Hope you're doing good.
Win7, hi, how's you? Why Win7, I wonder?
Exactly.
Why not Win8? Or Win10, make it a round number. Thank you. Joel, how are you? Thank you, you're welcome.
Hello, Joel, hope you're doing good.
So yes, on AUDJPY currently we're looking for sell setups. This is actually a good area where I wanna, maybe if I can just take a moment and explain. So if we have a setup on H1 or M30, let's say it's one of these. Let's imagine this is on a lower time frame. This upper sell position would have a higher probability for 3R than this one would, because this one is lower, this one is higher, if that makes sense. So that's why sometimes when we say we'll be looking for sell setups at 9.6, but possibly even 9.7, it's because this setup has a higher probability than this one does. So currently we're looking for sell setup starting at 96, going all the way up to 97, and we would like a setup to be formed preferably around 97. If we have a sell setup form now around 96, that's valid. We may still take it. You may just lower your risk to half risk, or skip it and wait for price to test 97. So on H4 we have a demand zone, and currently price is retesting the 96. There's also a supply zone here, but because price is already at the 96, which is itself also a zone, we can just leave the supply out. Excuse me. On H1 there's nothing to mention yet. We're waiting for a setup to form still. We may have some kind of trend line which we may draw just for direction, but for now there's not much. On M30 we'll be waiting for a 1, 2, 3 to form, like the one that's formed now or something similar, knowing that price has to be able to reach plus 1R before this lower trend line. So let's say, for example, we have a break lower now. Let's say we have this, and you put your short. Actually, before we do all that, let's check if the rules are met. That should always be done. So with the 1, 2, 3, you'll take it from the first dot of the 1, 2, 3 to the first leg. And price, there shouldn't be a candle body close below the 3A2. So this does meet our rules. We'll check the cyclic lines quickly. The second dot that forms, or the last leg, has to be within the second column, which is actually happening now. So that one's also good. So let's check if price can reach 1R from this position. So for now, it still can. What would make this setup invalid for me is if price did this. Let's say we have a dot form now, and price did this before it breaks downwards. Then price is too close to the trend line to reach 1R before entry. So that's what would make this one invalid for me. For now, I want to see a break below that. Let's set our little alert to wake us up in the middle of the night. And let's go to CADJPY.
Cheers, Victor.
CADJPY price is currently just
Victor.
Coffee addict.
This is going to be the last one.
Yeah, I'm a coffee addict.
The last one because I'm. Yeah. Cheers.
Okay, perfect. So CADJPY, we're trading around the 107.5, and we're currently looking for buy setups. This one has also been bullish for a very long time. As you can see, we have this lower trend line over here, which is holding price up, and which started in 2020, November 2020. So we've been bullish for a very long time. On the daily, we've been looking for buy setups at the 107.5. On H4, there's nothing to mention yet, but here is another example of where we might have a demand zone, which is made clear by these, and which is also made clear by the 107.5. We have the supply zone, and we have another supply zone just above it. Currently, we're looking for sell setups to the next zone, and we may even see price trade all the way up to 111 again. We had like a golden swing kind of shape formed. However, for me, it was a little bit big. And that's pretty much it. For now, we'll be waiting for one of the following. I'll give you three projections that we'll be waiting for. So we'll either be waiting for this, or we'll be waiting for a sell to form up higher. Price may even do this, trade higher from where it is now, retest this area without a valid setup, and we may see a buy setup form around this area, if that makes sense. The Signalist is live. Hello, Joel, Omar, Winwin. Oh, yes. Cheers.
Cheers, Victor.
GBPJPY.
Thank you so much.
Are you going to take that one?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Victor, for your charts. I truly enjoy it.
You're very welcome.
And I'm very
cool.
happy.
I'll be watching. Enjoy the stream further.
Of course. Fantastic.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. And hopefully we'll do it again. We'll do it again, hopefully.
Yes, of course. Okay, we'll do it at 20,000 subscribers. Then you have to stream for 10 hours.
We have a deal. We have a deal. Okay, let me share my screen again.
Okay, cheers. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Victor. Okay, since Victor covered a lot, I'll be continuing from EURJPY, since he done CADJPY already. Let me fix my layout. Perfect. Okay, we've got a lot. We've got Eduardo, known as OX Doctor. Hope you're doing good, Eduardo. Always learning from your wider point of view. Thank you very much. You're more than welcome, Eduardo. Happy to see you on board as well. Caps. Hope you're doing good. Cheers, mate. Glad to see you here. Yodahe. Hope you're doing good, dear. GBPJPY, of course. I'll be going over GBPJPY just after EURJPY. We've got Anko. Anko, you are next. See you in 30 minutes. Zakaria said you were great, Victor. Yes, indeed. I'm happy that Victor had the opportunity today to go and show his magic. And Sean, amazing. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, so we've got EURJPY. Just like all JPY pairs, we have been trading higher because JPY, unfortunately, the yen has been losing its value. Anyway, we've got the monthly time frame. We are overall bullish. We've got big impulse movements, correction, and we are currently in the making of this big impulse movement. Let me get, I'm not sure why. Okay, let me remove it. Perfect. Great. So I'm currently in the making of this impulse movement, and as we approach the supply zone, as you clearly see, a massive bearish movement from here. So of course, a lot of orders are already stuck around this area. So as you approach it again, expect a shift in momentum, expect big movements to happen. Anyway, for now, as long as we are here, we are currently in the middle of our support or demand and supply and resistance. So we are waiting for it to trade higher a little bit, retest this area before we trade lower, or vice versa, test this zone and then trade higher. If you zoom into weekly time frame, we can see the bullish trend even better. We are bullish, impulse, correction, impulse, and as of course we'll be looking for buy stops. As you already noticed from my charts and Victor's charts, we are gathering as much info as possible from the higher time frames to make sense of the chart and to try to identify our edge. We are looking for areas on the market where we have more possibility or more edge that the price is going to go up from the zone or down. So long story short, from this chart right there, this is a very, very strong zone to look for a sell, and this is a very strong zone to look for a buy, because here we've got a demand zone lining up with this previous low and also lining up with the lower trend line. If you zoom into daily time frame, you can see it even better. This is a massive zone. If you go to H4, we can clearly notice that the bulls are still very strong. We had this big range that price has been trading inside, and we have been lately trading this range, right? We had a range inside a range, right? So we had this range here, price has been trading inside it, and then the range was bigger, and then the range got bigger again, right? And then we broke above the upper bound of it. Now we're expecting further bullish movement around the upper bound, which I already showed you from daily and monthly time frame. So the overall bias is still bullish. If you zoom into lower time frames, for this one, I can't really say much, unless or except that we are looking for trend following buy stops around the lower bound. Even price can still make a deeper correction till around the lower bound of this rising broadening wedge that we are currently trading inside. So while around the upper bound, if we trade lower, we'll be looking for a trend following buy stop. That's it for EURJPY. Someone requested GBPJPY, so let's go over it now. So we are covering JPY pairs already, right? So on GBPJPY, very similar logic, just like EURJPY, we are trading inside this big rising broadening wedge. We had our impulse, correction, impulse, and we are currently in the making of this new impulse. Yes, we can still trade a lot higher from here. We have this big rising broadening wedge just to feed the overall market, and we can still break the supply zone and trade higher to test the upper resistance zone, which you can see from weekly time frame. We've got multiple rejections from previously acting as a resistance, previously turned support, and then turned support again, broken down in a massive candle, which makes this zone as well as supply zone. So we have a supply and a resistance, also around number 200, which is one of the strongest round numbers on this chart. Of course, the strongest are 200, 150, which, as you can see, many rejections from this area. Price has respected it a lot recently, and of course we've got the 100, which is not visible here, it's just down below. So let's expect big movement just like this to happen around the 200 if we get to it. Anyway, for now, let's take it step by step. We are stuck inside this big range, forming a big head and shoulders pattern. For it to get activated, we need to see a break below these lows, which you can see better on the daily time frame. If we see this break below this low, expect a deeper correction movement around the lower bound of this rising broadening wedge, right? So this is what we're waiting for. But of course, for the correction movement to be confirmed, we need to see a break below this 176, 177. Meanwhile, we have been stuck inside the range, so I don't like such price action. But anyway, since we have a range, we will be trading the range, and we are currently retesting the upper bound of it. That's why we'll be looking for sell setups. We have a supply and a resistance, as I showed you from weekly time frame, and we are currently forming a range around it, and we are approaching the upper bound of it. That's why we'll be looking for sell setups. We have a small range inside a bigger range, just like EURJPY. So if we break above this upper bound of this smaller range, we'll be expecting price to dive in and to reach the upper bound of the bigger range that we saw from daily time frame. So if we break it upward, as I mentioned, expect further bullish movement, but by break, I want to see an H4 candle close above this area, above 184. If we break it upward, if this H4 candle closes above it, expect further bullish movement. And around this area, starting from here, I'll be looking for sell setups. Of course, once this happens, we'll be having an impulse, big correction, flat one, and then an impulse again, right? In this case, I'll be able to draw a big channel. Here we go, offset of it, that's it, intersecting with the previous high. So this zone will be a massive zone to look for a sell. If this happens, expect a movement in here. This is where we'll be looking for a sell, where we're looking for a buy, until eventually price no longer respects this channel. That's it for GBPJPY as per your request. Of course, meanwhile, since you are here around the upper bound of the smaller range, price can still reject the upper bound, trade lower. If you zoom into H1 time frame, we are forming a kind of a consolidation. This zone or this pattern reminds me of this pattern. If you zoom into M30 time frame, we can, oops, that's it. Okay, we can see it even better. That's a low right there. Let's make it in gray. That's how I usually do it. Okay, just like here, the same logic. If you break below it, if price now rejects this upper bound, right, trades lower from here and then break below this low, right, it might be a head and shoulders, it might be any pattern. We can go for a sell position if and only if this low is broken down. Meanwhile, until the bears take over, until the sell is activated, GBPJPY can still trade higher from here, higher and higher. Okay, in this case, the scenario will be applied, the one I showed you from H4 time frame. Okay, this is GBPJPY. This one is ranging, right? Exactly, a range inside a range, right? Ali Salifu, I want to join VIP. I don't like the word VIP, Ali. We don't have a VIP channel. But like, if you'd like, I didn't want to mention this, but if you'd like, we can get a lifetime package, including like RTL indicator, which is already on the chart. I guess most of my audience, or like most of you here, know about RTL. It is my baby. I thought I've made to make objective technical analysis. Inside the website, you can find the course, the weekly overviews that I provide, very similar to these ones that you are watching now live, but we are doing it now publicly because we are celebrating the 10K subscribers. But you get like similar analysis as video, explaining what I'm looking for, what happened previous week, what we're expecting for the next week, and so on. So you get these overviews weekly. Anyway, if you'd like, let me give you a quick tour. Okay, but since you asked. Okay, so you go to the website. Okay, if you want, on my trading view, you can find it here. Okay, it's RTL.com, which you can anyway see it here, like the indicator, which is in blue and red. This is actually RTL in action, if you want to say. So, for example, as I showed you here from weekly, on GBPJPY, right? So I used these RTL dots to draw support and resistance. So we connected these dots. Of course, like we have certain rules and so on. I will not get into it because I don't want to waste the valuable time of education for today. This is the main aim for this video. But if this is basically it, we connect the dots to draw our support and resistance, objective support and resistance, trend lines, patterns. So everything will become objective using HTL without doubting your analysis, right? As mentioned, you can click on the website, you can find it all, and like, yeah, so we have a coupon code, as you can see. So like previously HTL, the website was like a little bit different. The color was green, like the design was different. So like I made a brand new one, and like to celebrate HTL rebranding, we have a coupon for 50% discount for the package, including lifetime package on HTL, on the course, the weekly overviews, the groups where you can ask questions, post your charts for review, and so on. So like in fact, Victor, Anko, and Hady are senior members inside these groups. They are senior family members who have been with us for a while. So like now they if you want, they are ready to like help newcomers in case they have any questions. So this is basically it. You can check the website, and the coupon is valid till end of October, which is unfortunately today is the last day. Okay, because like today is 31. But like for those who knew about it today from the group. Okay, so yeah, you already know the code, because tomorrow I will remove the SPAR, so you will no longer know about the code. But for those who are watching this one today and didn't know about it before today, simply save this code new R, which is new HTL if you want. Okay, so it will remain valid for tomorrow midnight, so after 30 hours. So it's basically the website. You can watch a free training here, 16 minutes going over HTL. This is why we use HTL. I will not go over it in details. So this is the chart with HTL, without HTL, right? So I'm showing you the difference very, very quickly. And as simple as 1, 2, 3. So all you need to do is connect the dots. So you'd use it to draw, like for example, here we have an ascending triangle, a channel, a head and shoulders, a 1, 2, 3 pattern, and so on. So all you need to do is to connect a couple of dots, and you see it in a clean manner. For all trading styles, you can find objective patterns with it. And as you can see here, you can objective market structure if you are bullish or bearish on higher time frames, to draw support and resistance by connecting the dots, to draw objective trend lines, Fibonacci, and whatever your style is based on, right? So even if you have something special that you are trading with, you can still apply HTL and make it objective, because HTL highlights the highs and the lows, and you are only using or connecting these highs and lows. Okay. What else? I'm giving you a quick tour. I'm trying my best to be as fast as possible. You'll also get 20 hours program, a free course, a bonus, right? Module 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feel free to check it out whenever you want. And you also get the bonus lifetime access to our private community, where you can ask questions, and you can also get access to my personal weekly overviews for forex and crypto every single week as a video. So one-time payment, lifetime package, all inclusive, HTL, full course, unique strategies, private chat room, rich weekly overviews, lifetime support for 600. Now you can get it with 50% discount if you use coupon UR, and you get it for 300. So if you click on buy now, you will get a page. You get a coupon. There is a coupon section. Simply enter new R. This is it, right? New R inside it, and you'll get 30%. Okay, so you can check the previous reviews of people who already joined us. Okay, anyway, and this is basically me. This is a quick introduction about me, my background, what I've done, and so on. And these are the couple of pictures that I've done, if you want live events and so on. FAQ section. If you have any questions, feel free to write it right there, and I'll be happy to answer it all. Next, let's move forward. Let me get this coupon running for a while, for those who couldn't notice. Thank you, Ali. I'm glad that you like the website. Thank you so much. I'm Caps, Mac, right? So thank you so much. Nandifa, happy to see you here. Glad to see you here. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for doing this stream for us. Your knowledge and you're more than welcome. I'm glad to see you here, gentlemen. Salute. Okay, let me get the banner running for a bit for those who didn't know it, because I don't want to get back to it, not to waste time, and to analyze as much as possible. I'll get this one running for a while, right? For those who didn't notice it. Thank you, Victor. Happy to see you. Happy. Okay, so someone asked about Mac SMTC. Okay, let's go over it before I go over GBPJPY. So I'm going over my list, right, by order. I finish my forex one, I get into the stocks one, I get into the crypto one. So I'll keep on analyzing charts for the remaining 3 hours. So 2 hours passed like this, right? So we still have 3 hours. I'll keep on going on my charts. I'll try to be quicker to cover as much as possible. But if you would like to me to go over a specific one, please feel free to share it. I'll pause my list and I'll share it, okay? Joel, great course, Simplifying the Traders Life. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you like it. So let's go over SMTC, Okay, before I go over and continue with GBPJPY. SMTC, I don't think I have it, so it would be a good practical example to do it from scratch, right? So let's get into it. Someone's asked me a question. Before I continue, let me just get into it, because it's going to be a long one, right? So because it's from scratch, but it's a good practical example, of course. Okay, since it's an empty chart, I'll be starting from the monthly time frame, which is amazing. So that's it. First of all, what we do is we try to find our support and resistance. Okay, give me a second. Also, I'm replying to okay. Let's do it. Okay, so empty chart, let's get into it. We've got a support zone right there. It's very, very obvious. One dot or like HTL swing, low and high, and this is it. An objective support and resistance, of course, an entire zone. So let's make an offset of it. That's our support zone. Of course, we get one around this area as well. Okay, and since we have the 9, let's make it a round number, better one. And we've got the 13 or the 12.5. That's our first support zone. The next one would be around this area. As you can see, multiple dots around this area. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's around 22. Perfect. Let's make an offset of it to around this upper zone to connect this one and this one. It's around 25, 25.5. Next, we've got this one. I guess only 1, 2. Yeah, not worth it. And that's it. So this is what we know so far. Let's make this one in green. And we are currently inside these two support and resistance. This, if you want, a range. Of course, this is monthly time frame. I will not draw the remaining ones to keep it clean and to focus on the recent price action to save time. Next, if you zoom in, you can see that we have been overall bearish, making lower lows and lower highs, of course, objectively using HTL. What we do is here we go, we draw this two highs, just like Chris asked. We have a lower high and a lower low, right? So we connect the highs first, and then we try to make an offset of it, connecting the lows, and it happens to be now it's a channel, right? Sometimes it might be a wedge. We'll optimize the lower trend line for it to connect the lows. But for now, it is a parallel channel. So what we do is, now we know where we are in the market from monthly and weekly time frame. Of course, we'll zoom into daily and H4 in a bit, but just from weekly and monthly, we know that we are currently around the lower bound of this channel, right? Which is this one, which is the first confluence or the first clue to start to look for buy stops. Second, we've got this horizontal support, right? So that's why this zone is a massive zone to look for a buy, for buy stops, because it's the intersection of the lower trend line and the horizontal support. If you zoom into daily time frame, let's try to find more info, more data. I can't really say much, except that this is a very clean impulse correction, and we are currently in this impulse trying to catch the next correction movement upward. Okay, I can't really say much. It's just a straight line, so it's not helpful. Can't add much. H4 as well, the same thing. So let's zoom even lower. So the lowest time frame I zoom in personally is M30. Okay, this is as per my trading style and plan. So H1 time frame also can't really say much. Previously, the bears took over here short term, and then the bears took over here again, and it was extended to become a bigger trend. Previously here we also had a channel just like this, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 dots. That's in red, and offset of it, perfect. That's the channel. The entry would have been when this low has been broken down. Give me a minute, I want to cough. Sorry. Perfect. Let's move forward. So currently we are around this area again and again. Can't really say much, Mac. But what we are waiting for is very simple. We are waiting for a new high to form, right? And then we'll be highlighting this high like this, and then we'll be buying on its break upward, because we already have a very strong support zone, which is the intersection of the lower trendline orange and this 12.5 support zone. And if you'd like, now the current last high is around here, but I would always prefer the buy to get activated. The closer the better to our support zone. Around this area would be a little bit far from our support, so the best case scenario is if we form a new swing high, a new major one, and then we'll be buying on swing upward. Of course, we'll be adding more, like we'll be finding patterns, we'll be looking for any more, if you want, confluences or reasons to buy. But this is already enough. 2 confluences already from higher time frames, 1 more for the trigger, which is a pattern, and this would be ready to go. Okay, this is for SMTC. I never heard of it personally, so it was a good opportunity, and maybe I'll be adding it now to my stocks watch list. I have a big one, so it's like 86 stocks, right? But I haven't heard of SMTC, so I just added it. Maybe if we have time today, I'll be going over as much as possible, right? But yeah, for now I'm focusing on the forex pairs. I've got GBPJPY. We had okay, so I usually don't have it like this, but since someone requested it, I've done GBPJPY right after EURJPY. So I've done this, and then I've done this. We still have these ones to cover. EURUSDCHF, for example, now. Okay. Okay, SM, where are you? Perfect. Let's get into the comments, and let's wait for Anko to join. Nice website, thank you, Nandipa. Happy to see you here. Dear Anko, if you are listening, feel free to join the studio whenever you can. Eduardo, of course, will be going over Bitcoin, of course. Like maybe when Anko is done, I'll be checking, or I'll be going over a couple of crypto ones. Kagiso Pool, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Yes, of course. HCL comes with free coffee because, as usual, cheers. You made me laugh, and you made my night, truly. Your VIP signal. Ali, I don't have signals. I was very clear. If you want to check the website, we are a coaching community, not signal provider. Stay away from signals. The only way to learn to make money in trading is to learn how to trade by yourself and be in full control of your account. DXY, of course. So let me write it down in a bit. So someone requested tell at the beginning, right? Someone requested about fear, right? Of course, it's a question I'll be answering. DXY now. Okay, let me just write a list as a summary. DXY. We went over okay, Ushi went over the DXY at the beginning, but I will not put you down. We have 5 hours already, so 3 hours left, so we can do it again. Danny, hope you're doing good, sir. Could you extend the promo as I'm seeing you for the first time? Yeah, sure, JC. Don't worry. Just whenever you are ready, let me know, and don't worry about it. Nasdaq and US 30, of course. Let's write it down. US 100 and US 30. Okay, SMTC bought Sierra Wireless. Wow, I'm keeping an eye on it for sure. Okay, sure, Mac. Perfect. So that's it. And of course, PTC. Okay, so I've just posted a comment. Okay, don't know why it got like this, even though I made spaces in between. But Okay, I'm not really sure why, but anyway, it's clear. BTC, TEL, fear. Someone asked about fear. The XY US 100 and US 300. Okay, now we've got Anko in the house. Let me add you to stage. Hello, Anko. Hope you're doing
Uh,
good.
Hi, hello.
Happy to see you here.
Yeah, I'm happy to see everyone. So, how is everyone doing?
I'm doing fantastic because I have you here and I have my coffee. So
Oh yeah,
it's like the perfect combination now.
yeah, that's a perfect combination.
I hope you're doing good.
I will switch on the light. Okay. Yeah, I'm
Wow.
doing fantastic.
No, fine, fine.
I'm I'm pretty much in the mess now. So yeah. So hope everyone's doing great. Yeah, this is my very first live stream ever, and
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
and English is my like native language, so I may not be able to communicate the ideas in a fluent manner, but I will try my best.
Of course, Anko, you are doing great.
Yeah.
And like for those who don't know as well, just like I made a quick introduction for about Victor. Anko is also a senior member. Like he has been with us for a while, and his dedication is one of a kind. He keeps on posting weekly overviews. He keeps on coming up with new ideas. His if you want, I might skip a meal, right? I might skip any appointment or any meeting, but Anko, he's a beast. He doesn't skip anything. Really, his dedication is one of a kind. And like he's inspiring the entire family, the entire group to keep on moving forward. So thank you so much, Anko, for being in our family, and thank you so much for coming up here. And I'm happy that it's your first stream. So let's
Yeah.
get into it. I'll stop sharing. I guess I stopped sharing mine.
Yeah.
Feel free now to click on present
Okay.
and share yours
Click on.
because
Yeah.
I have to accept it.
Yeah. No worries. And so share screen. Okay.
Danny, Mac, and Winwin or Sean. So Sean is saying Anko my ye. Okay, so yeah,
So
I
yeah,
added
I
your
think
chart. It's now visible.
yeah.
I'll mute myself, and the floor is
Okay.
all yours, Anko.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Thank you very much, brother. So
Thank you, too.
um, so we are doing from EURCHF now, if I'm correct. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
I've
from
done
EURCHF.
EURJPY and I jumped to GBPJPY. So I didn't do USDCHF and the yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't go over all the euros. So you can go
Yeah.
over all the euro pairs. And
So
that, if you don't like the euro pairs, Anko, feel free to skip it and go for GBP
yeah.
or for AUD. It's fine. Whatever
Yeah.
you want. If you want to go
Okay.
over a stock,
Okay,
whatever
brother.
you want.
Yeah, no
Okay.
worries. So I will go from EURCHF. So let's see on the monthly. So on the monthly, as we can see, the price came all the way to 0.95 ish, and then um, we had a support from here, and the price is now trending upward. So basically, it has retested this dynamic uh, dynamic resistance line multiple times before already. And from the weekly, as you can see, it's happening this way. So basically, if I go on weekly, I want this to be on the daily as well, daily and H4. So let's go on a daily. Yeah, I will remove this off. So basically now the price has come all the way up here, and it is currently on the intersection of the previous support, now acting as a resistance, this horizontal resistance, which is the gray zone, and this vertical weekly non-horizontal resistance as well. So from this point on, we will be looking for a possible sell setup from here. And if, however, the price break through this entire zone, and if it goes up here from this point on as well, we will be looking for another sell setup. But for now, let's see what we can get from the H4. So H4, it's fine, it's going up and up. So basically the price broke through this region, retested it, and it's pushing up again. It has broken through this region, and it's going up now. Now we can see the price is reacting to this cross junction, and we will possibly see the sell setup before the price reaches here. We can again see a minor push from this area. So once again, let's zoom to the H1. Let's can see anything. Okay. So basically, we don't see anything from the H1 at the moment. From the M30, we can see a possible pattern forming for a sell setup. So basically, we have 2 dots. In fact, 3 dots already. 1, 2, 3. But however, these 2 dots are at equal distance to each other. So basically, we need 1 more dot in here to form an objective trend line and 1 more swing. And once we have the break below this entire structure right here, we can look for a sell setup. So basically, as per our entry, basically we will enter right after the momentum candle close below this gray zone, and our stop loss would be right above the previous swing high, and we want at least +1 hour before the price can reach this lower gray zone, which is from the H4, as we can see clearly. We have many previously price came here and tossed, and yeah, this has been the support. So we want the price to make at least +1 hour before it reaches this support. So which in this case, if that is to happen, if we draw the projection, yeah, it can reach +1 hour. So we will target 1:2. So as the price drops to the closure and it reaches the +1 hour, we will then move our stops to break even, and then we'll let the rest continue. So that's our basically how we move forward. That's for the EURCHF. I want to see if there's any questions so far. Okay. Yeah, so for EURCHF, now let's go to EURCAD. Basically, it's usually the same. So let's go from the higher time frame, that is monthly. So basically, the price is now currently trading around the upper resistance zone. That is 1.75 is. So let's go to the weekly. From this point on, we will be looking for a sell setup. Let's zoom to the daily. So as we can see, we have a nice non-horizontal, I mean the dynamic resistance connecting the multiple dots, and we have this strong horizontal resistance from the weekly and the monthly, and also if we draw this non-horizontal trend line from the daily, we and offset this with this one. So it is basically at a very strong area. We usually call it, in terms of our trading style, a trio reset, trio reset. So which is a very strong in terms of the confluence we look for. So trio retest means like basically 1, 2, and 3. So it has to have like three crosses to each other. So that's a trio retest basically. So we are at a very strong area to look for the sell. And as we can also see from the daily candle, it's a very strong bearish candlestick forming. So let's zoom into the H4. So basically on the H4, I mean, price has gone up, impulse, correction, and now in the impulse, so we will be looking for a correction from this point on. That's the H4. Let's zoom into the H1. We can't see much from the we can see much from the H1, and on to from the M30. There's nothing much we can see from M30. We had the break below this. We had a break below this, but it's not a very good one. Let's see if we can see. But it's still that's 1 toes, 2 toes, and that's 3 toes, right? So yeah, although we had a break below this M30 trend line, we still need the price to break below this gray zone. I mean, this entire structure. But even though if the price, let's say, if it breaks below this entire structure, we will only enter after the momentum candle close. So let's say if we enter here, that would be, as per our entry style, that would be our last, that would be our stop area. So it would, so the price won't reach +1 hour. So this would not be valid for us to enter, although it's a very strong area to look for sell. So it is not valid. So basically from the H1, so since it's not valid to enter from M30, we will then zoom out from the H1. So from the H1 as well, if you look at it very close enough, so that's the that's 1 dot, that's 2nd dot, which is at equidistance to each other. And so for the 3rd dot to form, we need the price to come right around this area, make a last swing high, and then break below the entire structure. So if that is to happen, we need the break below this entire, gray zone, and for that, so basically, if the swing the last, and after that we can enter right here. But bear in mind, it should be at least a +1 hour. So yeah, it should be at least a +1 hour before it retest this this daily non-horizontal support, which is the lower trend line. So that's all I can say from the EURCAD at the moment. So basically, we look for sell, we look for buy. And for EURAUD, let's go on for EURAUD. So the price is currently moving up. So what I will do is like for EURAUD, let's just delete this. It's not too accurate, to be honest. So I'll just delete this for now. So as price moves up, we'll be looking for a sell from here, and as price comes here from this point on, we will be looking for buy from the H4. Basically, yeah, basically, as you can see from the H4 as well, previously the price was trading inside this range, and then this was the last lower lows. And what happened is that price break above this this last lower highs, and then it formed a new structure, and then there was a change in trend, and then it's now currently making higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs kind of thing. So basically, if the price comes here, retest this area, from this point on, we will be looking for a potential buy, and from this point on, we'll be looking for a potential sell. Let's remove all that. Zooming into the H1. So that's the H1, right? So yeah, I'll just delete this off. This was just my previous projection. So as per my previous projections, as you can see, we were so I was looking for a buy setup from this area as price came to retest the 1.66 is, and as it came low, price was forming the 3 dots, which is the trend line break, we call it. That's the H1 trend line, 1 dot, 2 dot, and 3 dots. So basically, for a conservative approach, I placed this gray zone as furthest as possible to cover all the wicks, and then I was waiting, preferably waiting for the momentum candle to close above this gray zone for a buy trigger. So once that happened, let's move on. Oh, my bad. So once that happened, so what it did is like it went up, and yeah, here we go. So that's the momentum candle break above this entire structure. So as per our normal style of entry, we will immediately enter after the momentum candle. Once the momentum candle closes, we will immediately enter on the market structure of the next candle opening. So that would be the after 1 hour candle closes, on immediately we'll place the buy on our next candle open. So, and that would be at least it shouldn't reach 1 hour before, and the price should reach at least 1 hour before it reaches the upper non-horizontal resistance trend line, that is the H4, this orange trend line. So in this case, it can definitely reach. So we will target 1:2, and let's continue. So how it does. So it stops to break even already since it has traveled to +1 hour. Yeah. So yeah, this would have been a 2-hour trade. So let's delete all this. I will remove this one. Okay. So that's how we go. Let's cancel it and let's continue forward. And yeah, moving on to EURNZD. Can we consider it? Okay. Keep the file. Yeah, thank you very much, John. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Yeah, thank you very much, a customer. Thank you for your support. Keep the file. Can we consider this a double top, Anko? So, Jolie, when you said the double top, which one were you considering as a double top? I mean EURAUD.
Yeah, I guess it was on Euro AUD. I guess. I'm not
EUR
really sure where in the
EURAUD. Okay, a double top. Let's see the double top. Yeah, currently we cannot see. I can't confirm there is any double top on EURAUD as at now.
Look, Anko, I guess, yeah. If you get back to H1, I guess it's the one. Okay. No.
No,
No, wait. I guess it's on M30 maybe.
M30. Let's look
Yeah,
on
yeah,
M30.
yeah, exactly.
Oh
It's
yeah. So
no. Wait. Anko, it's the one on the left where you have the gray zones.
yeah, this gray zone.
Okay. I
It
wish
was
I can change my mouse up,
yeah.
like, yeah, the upper bound of the orange channel. I guess this is what she
Oh,
meant.
yeah,
Exactly.
this one. Okay, he was talking about this one. So let's see. On the H4,
I
let's
guess
go.
yes.
Okay, if that is the one, let's see. Okay, that's from the daily. Let's go to the H4. Okay, from the H4, that's impulse. Let's see, impulse correction, impulse. So around this impulse we were looking for, okay, as you said, you were looking for a double top, and let's see, this is not double top from M30. I would not consider it as, yeah, it can act as a double top to some extent, but I would not still consider it to look for a potential sell around this area, as it's a bit tricky, to be honest, to my taste, because how I see this price structure is like, if you can notice here, the price break above, this is the H4, right? It went up and retested it, and it went up, right? So on every retest, once every retest, I would consider it a potential support, I mean minor support, because since it's the break from the H4 structures, it can still act as a minor support. So we have to be very careful on the, especially if the price is making break and retest on the H4 structures. So it's a bit tricky, to be honest, for me to look for a sell. But on the H1, let's see if I can see anything from the H1. On the H1, what we could have done is, okay, let's see. What I normally do is I draw the trend line from the H1, which could potentially act as a support for a short period of time, and from M30 as well. Okay, so this, if that happens, so this H1 is broken, and once it's broken, I will remove this off, and from M30. So from M30, yeah, it's a very tricky area to look for a sell as far as it goes, because even if we say even if we look to sell from here, it can hardly make a +1 hour, so it's not valid to look for a sell from here. So I hope that answers your questions. Moving on, if we go to EURNZD for now, this is the second last pair I will be doing. And if there is any questions, just feel free to ask me. So now on the M1, on the monthly, the price is currently retesting 1.82 is. So from this area, we will be looking for a potential sell. And as the price drops here, we will be looking for a buy. And if we zoom into the daily, I just drew the line from here and offset the line. So basically the price is at a very very good good area where we can look for a possible sell setup. So from this point on, we'll be looking for a possible sell setup. Okay, on the H4, yeah. So basically, we do not normally look to sell from the H4 H4 structures, but sometimes what happens is, like, if we zoom to the daily, sorry, if we zoom to the H1, the pattern is very big and it's not formed as perfectly enough. On that rare instance, we go to the H4 and we want the entire break to happen on like momentum candle close below the entire structures on the on the H4. So but having said that, let's zoom to the H1. From the H1, what we can see is the price going up. If we draw something like this, can we? Let's see. H1. So no, it's fine. So I will just close this off. That's fine. And M30. That's fine. So yeah, for this, so we want to stay as conservative as possible. So if you want to enter, this will be our trigger area for sell, and we want the H4 candle close below 8, and once the H4 momentum candle closes below this entire gray zone, stops will be at our swing high, major swing high, and 1:2. So yeah, here we go. So that would be our take profit, and obviously since it's from the H4, we'll just enter with half risk. And moving on, and last but not least, for EURGBP. Okay, so for EURGBP, let's go to the monthly. So from this point on, 0.8, what's this? 0.87350, we will be looking for a potential sell. From this point, as price drops closer to this area, we will be looking for a buy. So yeah, candle is looking very promising for a sell setup from the weekly as well. Let's go to the daily. So yeah. Okay. So although we will be looking for a sell on the weekly, monthly, and even on from the weekly and the monthly standpoint, on the daily, as we can see, 0.87 it's quite tricky area to look for sell because the price has previously retested this area like multiple times, so it's a very sensitive area. So do not immediately try to look for sell, although from the weekly and monthly we are currently on the resistance zone, entire resistance zone. So let's go to the H4. So but if we look close enough and zoom close enough from the H4, we can in fact look for a possible buy from this area because the price has retested this zone previously quite a number of times, and also in this area as well. If you can see the price price was sold from this area, from this zone as well. So a multiple retest before previously. So yeah, let's close this off. And yeah, it broke below these structures and it's now going down. So let me close that. I will delete this off. It's no more valid. So basically what I was trying to look before was I was trying to look for a sell setup at around this area, and we did have a possible trend line break, which was here. So that is 1 toes, 2 toes, 3 toes, and I was looking for something like this to for the break to happen. But since it was a very big swing, so the swing was very big, and also we have a very very explosive movement away from the gray zone. So it is not very very good to enter, since our stops will be very high. So basically, for the last swing to happen, I usually want 1 toes, 2 toes, that is 2 toes, that's 3 toes, and the swing to happen a bit smaller, and also the momentum candle close should be a very near enough towards the breaking point. So in this case, I would say it's not valid. Although it's valid, but I would say it's not very objective, from objective to enter or sell from the risk reward standpoint of view, and also the price cannot reach the +1 hour after our entry, because it's very close to this area where we can in fact look for a possible buy instead. And so from the M30, what we will be now looking is, we will be looking for any reversal pattern, which will be like either we will be looking for 1 2 3, 1 2 3, we call it 1 2 3, and or the golden swing. Golden swing would be like this, or we can even look for head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder. Bear in mind, as per our trading style, the right shoulder must be at least at an equidistance or more than or bigger than this left shoulder. So basically, the right shoulder, this right shoulder should be bigger than the left shoulder. Yeah, and then we will enter after the break above the structures, or it can also be 1 toes, 2 toes, 3 toes, and yeah, or it can be the trend line break. So, and that would be here, and that would be break after these structures. So basically, these are like these are the most common patterns that we will be looking if we were to look for a buy from around this area. It's being a bit of mess here.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Thank you so much, Anko.
Yeah, so that's all from me now. So I think, yeah, I've covered it almost all. So yeah, so that's all from me now. So hope everyone enjoyed it, and thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you, brother, for this opportunity.
Sure, Anko. So you've covered all your repairs. We truly enjoyed it. Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time, and I'm happy that it's your first live stream and you're already doing amazing. So yeah. I'm expecting, like, where will you be in, like, if you do like 10 streams? Right?
So Johnny, thank you very much.
Sure, of course. So a lot of members are like happy. John said, "Keep the fire." Hassan said, "I put on fire." So everyone is like mentioning fire whenever they mention Anko. I'm not sure why. And Joel said, "Thank you," and I love it.
Thank you, sir.
And so on. So thank you so much, Anko. I'll take the stage back. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I wish you a lovely night. Yeah. And hopefully we'll do it again. Okay?
Yeah, sure. We'll do in the future. No worries. Cheers. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay. So I'm back and I'll be sharing my screen again. Let's go. And you've got a lot of requests. So I'll highlight it. Okay, so like I just made all the requests into one message. I'm not sure why the comments here like got stuck inside the one big one, even though I use spaces and so on. Anyway, we've got BTC, Litecoin, DXY or USD index, US 500 or Nasdaq, and US 30 or Dow Jones. And of course, a question which is how to overcome fear. Someone asked about it. I forgot the exact question, but I got it. So, okay, so I'll go over it by order. Okay, so just to answer your questions, of course, I'll be going over more stocks. I'll be going over more like crypto coins and so on, or tokens. And like I've got 1 hour. I'll be talking straight for 1 hour. But of course, if you have any questions, any requests, feel free to request in the comment section. And after 1 hour, our third guest, our third senior member from theSignalyst and RichTL family, Hady, will be going over and will be taking the stage for 30 minutes. And then I'll get 30 minutes and that would be it. So 5 hours getting so fast already. 2 hours and 40 minutes passed. So we still have 2 hours and 20 minutes. So of course, next time when I do it, I'll be going for the 10 hours because 5 hours seems to be peanuts. So who knows? Anyway, let's remove the comment and I'll get into Bitcoin now, okay? I'm going over it by order. Let's go for live C, which means live crypto for my layout. Yeah, let's go for BTC. I guess it's the first one. That's my watch list. BTC, that's it. Okay, I remove my alerts to keep the chart clean. Get started from the weekly time frame, and that's it. So I kept on mentioning for those who have been following me on TradingView, YouTube, everywhere, that we need a weekly candle close above 32K to consider that the bull run might be starting. And finally, last week, we had it. We had a weekly candle close, and it was anyway confirmed with the daily candle close because it was a massive one. So starting from here, we expected further bullish movement. The 30 to 32K was a massive resistance supply, round number of course 30K, and we broke above it. Now our next resistance is around this 40K. Previously we had this support multiple times, broken downward, now it's acting as a resistance. That's the previous resistance, 30 to 32K. We also had a supply zone, as from this drop, we had two pulses. The first pulse is here, happens to be around 40K, and the second pulse was here, happens to be around 30K. The first one is broken as a resistance and supply filled. Now we're expecting a movement to the 40K, which is our next supply zone around this zone. Of course, if broken upward, we'll be expecting a movement to the 50K. Massive resistance, support, and so on. But let's take it step by step, as I always say. We broke out the 30K, and as you clearly see, Bitcoin is respecting round numbers in terms of 10K. So 70K, 60K, 50, 40, 30, 20, right? So as you clearly see, all the support resistance here are valid and happens to be, which I don't believe in coincidences, that happens to be in terms of 10K differences, right? Anyway, we've got the daily time frame. My connection seems to be a bit slow. The charts are getting time to shift. If you can't hear me at any point, please let me know in the comment section, okay? And I'll try to change my connection. Previously, we broke about 30K, so we are currently, of course, overall bullish. The momentum has been shifted from bearish to bullish, and lately we have been stuck inside a range. Of course, nothing can go straight up like for a long period of time. We had this couple of days of bullish movement, exponential, aggressive, parabolic movement upward, and this is what we see at the start of every bull run. Usually, you see small movements like this, correction, small movement like this, correction, and then you see this massive movement, which we haven't seen for a long period of time. Yes, we saw impulse movements pushing price lower, but we haven't seen such a big, massive movement. We previously saw a lot of big bearish movements like this one, right? Dragging the price down. We had this big bullish movement, but this is the biggest of all so far. And if you want to check it out from a long-term perspective, we have our impulse, a deep correction, an impulse who might be seeing a deep correction before the bulls take over again. And once with the bears take over, the 30K would be now acting as support. Previously, it has been acting as a resistance multiple times. Push the price lower. Let me wait for it. Okay, seems my connection is weak. Hope you can hear me well. So rejected it multiple times, and then finally we had the break upward. If you zoom a little bit in, you can see that we have been stuck inside this range as mentioned. If you break the range downward and the lower trend line, we'll be expecting further bearish movement till this area. We also have a demand zone formed already inside this big bullish movement. So this area around 30K 500, which is around the 30K, is a very strong zone, support and demand to look for trend following buy setups. For now, let's take it step by step. We are stuck inside this range, and if we break the range upward, which would be a break above 35,200, 300, if we break it upward, we'll be expecting a continuation till around the 40K to 38 to 40K. So two possible scenarios: this, looking for this, or this, looking for this. This is from a medium-term perspective from H4. If you zoom into H1 time frame, well, I can't really say much. We have been stuck inside a big range. So this is it, and the range is getting smaller and smaller. So previously we had this swing, this swing, this swing, this swing, and now look at it. It's getting narrower and narrower. The narrower it gets, the more aggressive the movement would be after the breakout, right? But we can't really know which way the breakout would be. That's why we need to wait for it to be broken. This is the second. Third, we need to wait for price to approach the lower band. In this case, as we approach it, I'll be looking for short-term buy stops to target the upper band. Okay, this is from a short-term perspective, M30 and H1 inside this horizontal range. And you got the idea on what you are looking for on H4. If this was broken, expect this till this demand 3,500. If this is broken, expect this to the 38 to 40K. Okay, that's it for BTC. Next on the list, we've got Litecoin. Let's go over it. I don't think I have all my drawings, but let me check. Okay, perfect. That's it. So I've been looking for buy stops on Litecoin around 0.001. It's a massive round number. Also, let me zoom out to week time frame and show you. Okay, it's a big demand zone, round number, previous major low, and price was retesting it. That's why we were looking for buy setups. Now, as you clearly see from weekly time frame, we have a strong support and resistance around this area. That's it, right? Previously had resistance, broken upward, turned support, multiple rejections, broken downward, and now turned into a resistance. And price or Litecoin is currently approaching the zone. So for the bulls to take over from a long-term perspective, we need to see a break above this entire resistance, just like what happened here. We need to see a big momentum candle, very similar to this one, to break above this one, which is 0.002, 0.0021. If broken upward, expect this, where we'll be looking for buy stops and target this upper previous major high. Meanwhile, yes, we can still trade higher, reject this resistance, which is the case of many altcoins already around the weekly and daily resistance. If something happens, if bad news pop up, if I don't know, and if you want to stick to price action, to technical analysis, if a low is broken down around this area from H4 time frame, expect the correction to start. Anyway, let's zoom in and show it to you. Let's make this one appear on lower time frames. Perfect, fantastic. If you zoom into daily time frame, previously I've been looking for the price to break above this previous high. We had the break, we traded higher. Anyway, we've got the idea. I say this one to keep it clean, make this one in a different color. Let's go for green. I like always to go for my trigger swings in gray. I don't know why it's in green. So this is it. The bulls are currently in control. And if something here happens, like H4 bearish setup. Let me show you. For now, the previous major low is right there. Okay. If, for example, a new low is formed here and we had the break below it, in this case, we'll be expecting this bearish movement to start till around these previous lows and highs, which is also a demand zone. So let me make it clean again, make it like this. Perfect. Around 0.0012. Okay, which is this area here, where we'll be looking for buy stops. So long story short, as per my trading plan, as per my style, I'm waiting for this movement to look for buy stops here around 0.0012, or I'm waiting for the price to break above, remove this one, make it auto, to break above this area at 0.002 for the bullish takeover from a long-term perspective. So that's basically it for Telcoin. Now let me get over the next one. Okay, PK, hope you're doing good. Glad to see you here. Can you please analyze more stocks? Yeah, it's the same comment. Of course, Rachel. I'll be adding it to this list. But anyway, we've done BTC and Telcoin so far. The XY, I went over it already, but as per your request, I'll be doing it again. That's the XY. It's not on this list. It's on this one. The XY, perfect. Okay, so we have been stuck inside this big range. If you break below the slow downward, expect further bearish movement till this demand zone around 103.5. As we approach this zone again, we'll be looking for buy stops here. It's a previous high turned into a minor support and a demand zone already anyway, and vice versa. This is a big range, right? If the range is broken upward, expect further bullish movement till around this supply and the previous low, which would be around 110, right? So long story short, from a medium-term perspective, of course, if you break this, expect a movement to the 103, where we'll be looking for buy stops. And if we see this break, expect a movement to this 1010 supply zone. Meanwhile, we are stuck inside a big range from H4 time frame. So I can't really say much, except if we trade lower, I'll be looking for short-term buy setups. For now, things are stable on the XY, right? So surprisingly, not in the world, on the XY, it is stable. But the XY hasn't been doing great lately. It has been doing fantastic from a long-term perspective, but from a medium-term perspective and short-term perspective, I don't like what's happening. Okay, previously, and I'll show you how. I'll show you why if you want. I'll go for a different ticker to show it to you without any drawings. Okay, so this is the XY on an empty chart, and I want to show you something very, very important. This is daily time frame, right? We've got our impulse movement and 2 candles, a correction, right? And then an impulse movement and 2 candles as a correction, and then an impulse movement and 3 candles as a correction. Okay, so now it's getting bigger and bigger, right? And then we had an impulse movement, and then look at this. Multiple candles pushing lower, and it's the first time where we tried to break a low. It's not broken yet, not from daily time frame, only wicks, right? Only wicks here. But if this is broken downward, it would confirm that the bears are taking over. This is the longest correction phase we saw for a long period of time. And usually this correction phase leads to 2 things. The first one is we might see a long-term reversal like this, and here we go, a shift in momentum. So bullish, and then we have the distribution phase. We might be having a spring like this, right? But then if this happens, we'll start the markdown phase and we'll be expecting further bearish movement. 20% of the time, we might be seeing a continuation, which would be confirmed if we break up of this. But for the price action itself, and if you want to feel the market, this is not looking good so far. This is the biggest correction we saw for a long period of time, for like a couple of months, like since July. Okay, so this is it for the XY. PK, you're more than welcome. You are awesome as well. This deserves a cheers. Cheers. Okay, so like it was like someone texted me now that he said that, wow, you have been drinking from the same cup for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Of course not. Here we go. Right, so I have 2 cups for the same color, and now like this one is almost like empty. I'll be making a third one, but yeah. So it's not from the same cup for 2 hours and 50 minutes. And I'm very surprised, like the one who asked me about this. So like, if he was that free, he's looking at how many sips I'm taking, right? Anyway. Okay, give me a minute. Let's get into the fourth one, US 500 or NASDAQ, right? And then we'll go over US 30, which are two indices. Very good. I guess I don't have them on this layout, but let me check what I have here. Okay, nothing to show here. Okay, I can't really say much. Let me see. Maybe on, you know what? Anyway, I'll do it from scratch. Okay, it's very simple. It's not that hard, and we still have 2 hours, right? So let's do it from scratch as a practical example. So we start from the higher time frames. Let's start from monthly. It's a brand new chart. Let's do it from scratch. And for those who like this idea, you can check my YouTube channel. It's just the biggest playlist at the beginning. Anyway, this is it. My YouTube channel is here, and here we go. So we are now live, obviously. So this is the playlist. What is it? How to design chart from scratch. That's it. So we've got 40 examples. You can click on it like this, and you can see all the examples, right? So we got like 40 examples. You can go over it all, and you can, of course, like ask questions in the comment section and so on, or you can simply go over it like this. Okay, and of course you can find more learning material stuff and so on. Let's go over it. So like I'm very happy that like 2 weeks ago we reached 10K subscribers, and which took me a lot, and then within 2 weeks we've got 1.2K. So it's 11.2 at the time of where I scheduled this live stream to celebrate the 10K. It's already 11K. Anyway. Okay, so it's currently approaching the all-time high, which is around 17K. We also have this obvious one, previous low rejected multiple times. So it's currently trading inside this big range. I will not check these ones, demand zone and so on. I will just keep it short and focus on the last price action. Now, if you go to weekly time frame, we still simply had this bullish movement, bearish movement, bullish movement, and this bullish movement might not have ended yet. That might be simply a correction before we have this next bullish movement. But we have 2 options. I'll be showing it to you in a bit. But if we trade like this is an all-time high. We'll be expecting some kind of reaction. And of course, if broken upward, we'll be expecting further bullish movement, because at some point, this area, this high was the all-time high, right? So this is it. So this is all what we see. We're having around the all-time high while looking for some setups, and then price kept on trading higher and higher. So of course, if broken upward, expect further bullish movements. Anyway. Okay, let's wait for it. Perfect. Now, if you zoom into daily time frame, we can see that lately we have been bearish trading inside this channel. Here we go. Make it. So for Chris, Low lows, I'm able to draw this trend line, and I already have it from here, right? 1, 2, like this, and I made an offset of it, and this is it. As price approached this trend line again, I'm looking for some setups. So on higher time frames, I can draw a trend line by connecting two dots or two highs, right? And here we go. Now we're around the lower band, so we're expecting the bulls to take over. And of course, as you approach the upper band again, we'll be expecting this bearish movement, of course, unless we see a breakup of it. In this case, it would be a continuation. We'll be expecting a movement till this all-time high. But for now, this is where we are, overall bearish, trading inside this channel. Let me make it appear on lower time frame. Perfect, it's appearing. If you zoom into H4 time frame, this is it. We can see that this latest correction can be engulfed by this one and this one. Perfect. And offset of it, it's like a falling, broadening wedge like this. And let's fix it. That's it. Anyway, we don't really need the low bounds, but if you want to make it look better, we can draw it. But let's delete it to keep the chart clean. Next, we can see that price is retesting these previous lows, which we have to highlight just like this. And here we go, right? So previous lows, multiple rejections from it. So we might be seeing a trend continuation just from here. So we've got something, or we've got two things. Each one is pushing one on the other side. On daily time frame, we've got price or US 500 around the lower bound of this channel. However, on H4 time frame, we are bearish. Okay, so this is a question like someone asked today as well. If you are bullish on daily and bearish on H1, which direction do I book, right? Which direction do I go for? Well, it all depends on where you currently are. I'll take an example here, but I always like to show it in drawings because I express better. So if you are overall bullish from daily time frame, right, and you are bearish from H1 time frame, it's very important to know where you are. Are you bearish here or are you bearish here? If you are bearish around the lower bound, then simply this is not a bearish trend. This is a bearish trend on H1, but it's simply a correction on daily time frame. So at the end of this correction, you'll be going for a long position instead of going with the trend on H1. You have to check the higher time frame, right? And you have to look for buy stops. I'm not interested in looking for sell setups here, even though if I zoom in, I can see that, oh, the trend is what's happening here? Okay, I'm not sure. Not really sure what happened, but anyway, I'm saying that, yeah, if I zoom in, I can zoom in because something happened. On H1, I'm bearish. I don't follow the trend because the trend isn't really bearish if you zoom out and see it from a long-term perspective, right? So that's why I should be looking for buy stops instead. Vice versa, if you are bearish on H1, right? But if you zoom out and you see that, yeah, we are around the upper band, then yes, you should be looking for sell setups, even though daily time frame is bullish, but you are bearish, you are rejecting the upper band, and the bears are taking over on H1, then you should follow H1 time frame in this case and look for the sell instead of a buy. Okay, so even if H1 and daily are like not lining up, it doesn't mean that it's not good. Instead, they should work together and not against one another. And there's no rule that if daily is bullish, then always look for a buy, right? Because if daily is bullish and you always look for a buy, then you will need to wait a lot to find a setup. Because, for example, you only are looking for buy stops. You look for a buy here, and maybe price would trade higher, reject the upper band, and that you are just waiting for the price to approach the lower band again, and then you look for a buy, and then you just wait. You just wait, right? And you just wait, and this is not practical unless you are analyzing a lot of pairs and you have a big watch list and you don't mind missing some trades and so on. But yeah, it's always better to be flexible, to know where you are, identify your key rejection zones, and look for setups around it, no matter what, and of course be flexible. So that's it. Okay, now since we have a live example on US 500. Okay, so we are bullish on H1, right, on H4, let's say, but we are bearish on daily time frame. we have a big bearish channel pushing the price lower. Which direction do we pick? If we approach the upper bound, we'll be looking for a trend following setup, even though price would be going up, right? We are following the trend, we are following the overall direction. But now, vice versa, even though we are bearish, we are looking for buy setups. However, right, we understand the risk, we understand that we are going for a counter trend, like if you want setup or setup, and we need to invalidate or we need to cross anything that might hold back. For example, here you've got these previous lows and we've got this trend line. So it's not how do we say it? It's not good. That is one word, but I will not like waste time. Think of it. It's not good to go for a long position around this area because the same rule can be applied. Consider that this is daily time frame now, right? And you are going long around the resistance zone. This is a resistance now, right? So we want the price to invalidate this area before considering any long positions. And the best case scenario or the best condition for my trading style is if you form a new high like this, reject it, form a new red dot, then I consider this one as my what I call a trigger swing. And then after a daily, H4, this is H4, candle close above it, I'll be going for a long position right there. But meanwhile, now we are H4, so we have a trend inside a trend, right? Now, let's delete these ones if you want to keep it clean. But overall bearish, we don't really care about anything else, right? And we are looking now for trend following sell setups. So on lower time frames, I'll zoom in, but before I zoom in, I want to get my lines back. Well, perfect. Okay, I zoom into lower time frame and I'm looking for sell setups. Here we go. That's it. Let's go for 1, 2, 3. Let's go for a different color. Let's go for blue. Let's make an offset of it. Perfect. Let's go for this previous low, which is what I call my trigger swing, right? And let's go for a blue as well. So now we are going for the short position. If we break below this one, it would be a trend following sell. The best case scenario, again, to me, is if we go higher, go lower, form a new low, get activated right there, because I wanted to get activated for the sell. The closer to the upper trend line, the better for me to have an edge, for me to have a smaller stop loss, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, and most importantly, I wanted to reach at least 1R, which is the same size of the stop loss, which is, for example, if I go short here, my stop loss is above the high. I wanted to get to 1R, okay, 1 risk to reward ratio, 1 RRR, before reaching the lower bound, because the lower bound is what? Is the lower bound of the daily channel that we started with in the first place. Okay, so this is how you put the puzzle together, and I'm glad that we saw this example, and I want to thank the one who requested this one, because it's very important. It's a very important example that once you have a trend inside a trend, the logic would be where we currently are, how much room do we have before anything hold it back, and what area is the best one providing us with the best edge, right? And even if you are sometimes against the overall trend, okay, so it is totally fine to go for a position, but we need to be more careful. And like sometimes anyway, the best trades end up being a losing trade, and the not so trade end up getting the best returns. So don't judge a book by its cover. Anyway, like I'm saying quotes. So like, don't judge a trade by how it looks like or how you feel about it. Simply go for it. Sorry. Be like a robot. You can't really expect what might happen next, right? We are just speculators. We are just risk managers trying to put the odds in our favor through technical analysis, which is the technical edge, and risk management, right? These are the two only things we can have control over, especially our risk. And our main job as traders is to quantify our edge, is to find areas where we have an edge, is to manage our trade in a way to maximize our winnings and minimize our losses, right? So we can't really control anything. So don't try to outsmart yourself or try to outsmart the system, right? Because like I know like many of you already have rules, right? But they sometimes like to break the rules that I know that this one feels that it is a loss, right? I know that. Give me a minute. Okay, so I know that this one feels like to be a loss, so like let me skip it, even though that it is in the strategy itself, right? It is based on your strategy, but you try to outsmart it, and once you skip it, and it turned out to be a winner, right? And now you will start to revenge. You will start to enter trades which is not according to your rules, and you start outsmarting some trades that are not according to your rules just to cover up the ones that's according to your rules and you missed it, right? And maybe then you follow the rules again, right? And then it ended up to be a loss. And then you said, you see, I should have outsmarted this one and not the other one. And you get into this loop which has no end, right? So it's very important to enter all the trades, no matter, of course, as long as the rules are met, no matter what, because you know that, for example, out of 10 trades, you win 6, you lose 4, right? Maybe, or you win, let's go for 5-5, right? You win 5, you lose 5. But unfortunately, you can't predict the sequence. It might be loss, win, loss, win, right? And then win, right? You can't, or it might be loss, win, loss, win, maybe. Okay, so you can't really predict the sequence. That's why you should enter all trades. No matter how you feel, no matter how it looks like, no matter like if you want to do the fundamentals, unless of course, sorry. Unless you took fundamentals into consideration while you were backtesting, right? So, of course, like the way that you built up your strategy is by going back in history and backtesting over a series of hundreds of trades, right? To come up with a conclusion that out of 100 trades of this particular pattern around this support that I should draw in the same exact way and are entering here, stop loss here. So very exact set of rules. And this set of rules got this kind of results, right? So you have the backtest for a reason, and you have made all these rules for a reason. So don't try to break it, okay? And of course, like it's very important for you to to make a decision that, okay, I found a strategy and I'm happy with it. I want to stick with this strategy for the rest of my life, right? It's very important. It's a very important decision, one of the most important ones that you take in life. Okay, just like when you want to pick a partner, just like when you want to pick a house. Okay, you can't really buy and sell a house like that easily, right? It's a very important decision that you have to make, right? It's one of the biggest assets that you will ever buy, right? You can't really change your mind after 1 week of buying the house. Okay, so it's very important to take one of these, or like this important decision that, okay, I know what I know. I don't want any more info. Okay, I want to focus on what I know to come up with a strategy, and I know I can do it. All right, of course, like with the right guidance, with the right structure, with the right mentality, with the right risk management approach, with the right blah 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 blah. But sometimes learning new strategies wouldn't be really helpful. Okay, you have to focus on what you know, and sometimes with just a little bit of tweaking, you can turn a losing strategy or a losing trading plan into a winning one, right? But you just need to know what is this one, or what's leading for the most of the losses, or what psychologically is affecting you to skip it, or to do this, or to get angry, or I don't know what. Okay, which this brings us to the, give me a moment. This brings us to the question that someone asked, which it was a big introduction for it. But like I'm known that I like to tell story. I like to express like, as much as I can, right, in my simple English. But brings us to the next question that someone asked about fear, right? Okay, so trading psychology is very important, but okay, there is a big but. BK, happy to be here. Mac, your advice is clear and absolutely important for anyone getting into trading. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much, Mac. I'm happy to see you here. I'm learning right now. Alpha, Timothy, glad to see you here. Let's get a sip and continue right away from this idea. Okay, so regarding fear, okay, it's just one layer that we should think of it from a deeper manner, because people think that if they fear something, there is a trick which is like directly connected to it, that once you do it, it's gone, right? So let's start from the core, okay? Let's move this one aside, and like this is always my favorite part, like to draw on this empty board, if you want. So let's start from the core. You fear, okay, or usually us human beings fear what? Fear what we don't know, right? What we don't know, and this is very, very important to understand and to accept, right? So for example, let me give you a quick example before I go over it into trading. For example, if you have an exam tomorrow, right, in college, university, or like you have like an interview, and you are very well prepared, you are one of the top in your class, right? But you still have this little bit of fear because you can't really know what the questions would be. You can't really know if you will know the questions, if you will answer it correctly, if your English would be good, in case, of course, of an interview, or what the next guy or the one interviewing me will feel about me, will think of me, and so on. Okay, so usually us humans fear what we don't know, right? And like fear the future, fear blah blah blah. The same goes for trading. If you fear that you don't want to enter this particular trade, it is not about your strategy. It's about you haven't done it enough, right? In a way that it will become a flawless execution. What I mean is that when you start driving your car, right, the first steps you are learning how to drive, you have to think of hundreds of things, right? First, you learn in an empty parking lot, right? You just learn in a demo account how to get it moved forward, how to stop, brake, pull the direction, and so on. But no matter how much you practice in an empty parking, you will never ever expect what might happen in real life, because every minute, every second, on every street, there is a different combination of cars, of people, of multiple stuff. And trading is very similar to this. No matter on the account, if you enter it, you don't really care of what's happening. But once you go live, right, the market is unique. Even though we go for the exact same patterns, even though we look for multiple patterns, the exact same thing for driving. Even though you know that if a car gets close to you this much, you should go this way this much, right? If you get very close to a car which is in front of you, you should pull the brakes at this like time or speed or so on. So even though the situation is different, but you act a little bit of within the same pattern, which is the exact same thing in trading. No exact moment is like the other, yet we follow the exact same rules. And you will stop thinking while driving when you have done it long enough, right? Because like when you are getting started and the first time you hit the streets, you will start to look and like at the point like you get panicked because because like the street is very like is very dynamic. Your brain can't really digest that because you want to control everything around you and you can't. You only have control over your car. So you start to watch every single move of the car and you start like think of when should I pull this one, or when should I move this much, and so on. Anyway, you've got the idea, right? So the same thing is in trading. There are tricks that might help you, right? But practice is very, very important, and do it again and again and again over time. This is one side, right? The second side would be as so this is one side, okay? Like if you want to say it like a brain or like feeling or emotions and so on. The second side is from a technical perspective. You will fear entering trades if you don't trust your plan, your trading strategy. You fear to click on buy or sell if you invest money you can't afford to lose. You fear entering if you don't know what you are doing. You fear if you are risking too much per one single trade, right? So there are many tricks that will minimize this, what you call fear, right? For you to practice even more, just like a robot, and come to a point where you have this flawless execution. So you don't have to have emotional attachment at all. You have to trust like your strategy, what you are looking for, and how you trust it. Even though you are not trading it, or this is the first day you are trading it, you trust it by going back in history. If you saw it 100 times, your eyes are trained to see it, and your eyes are connected to your unconscious mind. So whenever you see it, you just take it because you saw it 100 times, and not like you saw someone on YouTube said that, yeah, this pattern is good. Of course, you will not trust a pattern that you saw, even though the guy is very good and the pattern has been used with many people around the world and the reviews are good and so on. But you have to try it out by yourself to train your unconscious mind, your mind, that yeah, I've tested it, I saw it, and most importantly, I know that 50% of the time, or like out of 100 trades, because like I made a back test, I've got 20, or like let's keep it 50 losses. So once you know the math, right, once you know what to expect from the strategy, you know that this is a part of the game because you saw it. You have it written down in your Excel sheet and in your Notion. I don't know where you store your trades, right? So you know what you are expecting. So this way, you will not fear this, if you want to call it fear. You will not like try to avoid it, because you know that, as mentioned previously, you can't predict the sequence. You know that out of 100 trades, the win rate is like this, but you can't really know when will happen, how will happen, and so on. Okay. So hope my answer is good. If got you what you are looking for, maybe. If not, feel free to ask a follow-up question, and I would be happy to answer it. Dion, identified the area you want to sell by. Can you show us in details why, when you actually enter? Okay, nice. Do you go as low as M15? I don't. What makes you pull the trigger? Perfect, Dion. I don't zoom into M15, M5, M1, even though some traders do. I don't. Okay, so like as per my trading style, I don't like the action. Okay, even though I might talk fast, I might do a lot of things fast, right? But when it comes to trading, I'm not into fast stuff. I don't want to be obliged or like have the urgency that I should click on this one and right now, and I don't like the fact that I have to be monitoring the charts for 1 hour straight. I have because I can't miss this trade. I've done so much. I've prepared a lot. I've been waiting for 50 minutes to catch a trade, and I don't want to miss it. Okay, I don't like this feeling Okay, so I'd rather expand the number of pairs, right, and have more setups instead of focusing on one pair on M5, right, and like at the end of the day I'll be getting this almost the same number of trades. So I prefer to like to get a lot of pairs, and I pick the ones that suits me best instead of getting stuck with one or two pairs, because I don't have time. If I'm zooming into M1, of course I don't have time to check multiple pairs. I'll have to have multiple TVs and multiple monitors, which I don't like. This is the only laptop I have, which is the one here, right? This is the only laptop. I don't like multiple TVs. I'm a simple guy, and I believe that trading should be simple. But like us humans like to complicate stuff, like thinking that if it's more complicated, it's better. It's not, right? So keep it simple, and like this is very important, and especially like now like on social media, no one is keeping it simple. Everyone is showing how fancy it is and so on. Anyway, I'll not get into this topic, but to answer your question about M15, so I already answered your question about M15 and 5 and 1. Now I'll answer your question about identify the area and so on and so on. So what I do is, okay, now we are here. Let me delete everything. Okay, get a sip. Okay, give me a moment. I'm getting a lot of messages. Okay, perfect. That's it. Okay. My connection, I guess, is a little bit weak. If you can't hear me well, please let me know. I'm still waiting for my charts to load. Hope it's just on TradingView. It's their server and not mine. Okay, let me know if you can't hear me well at any point. Okay, and like if my connection went off entirely, like for those who know me, feel free to DM me on Insta, on anywhere you know me, and please, I would be grateful if you let me know that my connection, I'm offline. Okay, because like one stream I was like going for like 30 minutes and talking, and then no one told me that I'm offline. Then when I checked the comments, I found that I'm offline, which is not a good feeling at all. Okay, so let me check. Okay, so once I find a rejection zone, for example, here on US 500, we are around the upper bound. My connection. Okay, sound is good. I'm happy. Seems it's from TradingView. Okay, so a trick I learned on TradingView is I save it, I click on X, okay, and then I open the chart again. Maybe this would make it fast. Let me check. Okay, maybe it's faster because like after being like online for the session a lot, TradingView like gets like a lot of data. It will get weaker. So like don't forget, for those who are watching, the coupon expires today. Okay, use coupon code NEWR to get 50% discount on the RichTL package. That's the website right there. Okay, RichTL.com, because like I made a brand new one, new logo, new colors and so on. So for those who would like to get it, it's the biggest discount I ever made. 50%. I usually do on Christmas or like on any event, like 33%. 50 is because I want to celebrate the new change, the 10K subscribers on YouTube and so on. It's valid until the end of October, but for those who are seeing it now, it's fine. I'll give you like a couple of days, but like I removed it from here, but you save it. You save in UR, okay, because it will no longer be visible. If you have any questions or so on, you already know where to find me. You can go on Telegram. You can find me here, and you can simply scroll back till the end of this section, and you can send me an email. Okay, I receive the email and I'll reply to you there. Or of course, you can DM me on Instagram. That's theSignalyst. Okay, you can click here. You find my Instagram profile. You send me a DM. Okay, this is it. And of course, like make sure the blue tick is here, because many people make fake accounts, which is not me. Okay. Yeah. Oops, I closed the chart by mistake. Okay, let's get and let me answer. Okay, perfect, Hady, amazing. So Hady, whenever you are free, join the studio, and hopefully after 5-10 minutes, I'll be ready, and I'll let you share your screen. Okay, whenever you are ready. The last and third and last CE member to join us today. Let me get the answer again. What is it? Okay, this is it. So I'm going over this live example now. Okay. Perfect. So let's say a very simple example. Let's delete these ones. We are overall bearish as price approaches the upper bound of this range right there. I zoom into lower time frames here and I start to look for sell setups. My trigger time frames, my personal one, it depends on you if you'd like to use a different one. Okay, I only zoom into M30 and H1. I don't zoom in lower. Some traders do, I don't. Okay, you click on play. Okay, as you approach this area, starting from here, I'll start to look for sell setups. I zoom into lower time frames and I look for any patterns. And personally, since I have rich TL, it's always objective. Okay, so I follow the dots. For example, here I might be having a head and shoulders pattern forming. This is the potential neckline. Okay, and I click on play. Okay, perfect. So the entry would have been after a momentum candle close below below the neckline. Usually, when I see a wick, but like now I wanted to make it simple, but anyway, we had this example. Whenever I see this wick, right, I make it a little bit lower again, right? So I try to cover any wick that crosses the neckline without breaking below it. Okay, and of course I zoom into M30 as well. So I try to find anything on M30 and H1. So this is potentially a head, left, and right. So head and shoulders. This is the neckline. We had the wick didn't break below it. I put it like this. Okay, and then give me a minute. Sorry. Perfect. Okay, so there are two options. It depends on you again. The first one is you enter immediately after a candle close. If it's too far from the neckline, you skip it or you wait for a retest. Okay, so this is basically it. The candle close. This one is good. It's not far away from the neckline, but it's momentum. It's enough to break the zone. So that's it. Your stop loss would be above the previous swing high. Okay, which is this high right there. And also for those who are using HTL, it's also objective above the last red dot. And we target at least, as I mentioned, 2R, which is this one right there, to have an edge over the market. At the same time, I don't like targeting 20R. I don't like tiny stop loss like many traders do. Okay, again and again, there is nothing wrong and right. Trading isn't black and white. It's a 50 shades of gray, right? So anyway, we sell here, the stop loss here, and 3R. If you would like to go for the last wick, or the last candle, and you want to target 3R, you can. It depends on you, whatever works for you, for your strategy. But of course, you have to backtest it. I personally have certain rules that I follow that I've been backtesting for a long period of time. Okay, so this is basically it. Price kept on moving sideways for a while, and okay, so in this case we traded lower and we almost hit 2R already. I can't catch it. Okay, so yeah, that's basically it. Okay, and now as you approach the lower bound, also it's from daily already. Let me check. Okay, so as we approach this lower bound, I'll wait for it. Perfect, that's it. Starting from here, I'll start to look for buy stops. I guess this is where we are now, right? Or no? Yeah, I guess this is where we are now. Yeah, exactly. So now I'm looking for buy stops, and I already covered it previously. Okay. Let me get the list of requests back. Okay, so we went over US 500, Bitcoin, Telcoin, DXY, US 500. Now we still have US 30. And yeah, I also went over how to overcome fear. So that's it. We are left with US 30. Dayon, you are more than welcome. Happy that you are happy. My lovely wife is here. Hi, hope you're doing good. You want to say hi to the audience? No, you don't want. So she doesn't want to say hi, but like she brought me some nice tasty coffee. So cheers everyone from a new cup, because like the first two were red, and someone asked about how many sips are there in one cup of coffee. So now here we go. You got a new, what is it? You get a new cup, okay? Cheers, Victor. Happy to see you here. Victor, you are still here. I'm happy. Cheers, Joel. Yum. Okay, so now we'll go over let me go over US 30. Cheers, Mac. I'm Caps. Anko as well. Cheers, mate. And thank you for the day, Victor and Anko. Hi, Misty L. So next she was shy today, but hopefully next time. Because like you know I've been newly married, so like it's like the 4th month now. So like I guess it's time for me to introduce my wife. But I guess like we have 5 hours today, so I thought that it would be a good opportunity. But hopefully next time. But yeah, she's truly amazing, and she makes amazing coffee. Of course, like, that's not the main reason why I married her, but yeah, that's one of the reasons. Cheers. Johnny, glad to see you here. Okay, I'll go over US 30, and I've done all the requests, and then Hady would be in. I'll tell Hady to join the studio already. Okay, and then I'll bring Hady up. Yeah, Uche, exactly. We are still overall bearish, but we are currently, if we break above this gray zone and the orange trend line we saw from H4, we might be starting a correction movement. Okay, it's just a correction as long as we are trading inside this falling red channel. Mac, exactly. Happy wife, happy life. We'll meet her in the next 10-hour stream. Promise, Victor. Okay, Hady is already here, but I'll add you on stage in a bit, Hady. Okay, just give me a second. Anyway, hello, Hady. Okay, so now you are in, live, but like just give me. Okay, doing good.
You have like US 30 right now.
Exactly. I'll just do it, and like the stage will be yours. Okay.
Great. Let's do it.
I'll keep your camera online. I'll keep your camera. Okay, but like since you are here, but give me a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go over this. I don't know if I have my drawings here. Let me double check. Okay, nothing to mention. But anyway, we can do it from scratch anytime. I only have this trend line, which is already broken. It was a big channel. We were overall bullish. Now we are obviously overall bearish like this, right? Let's make this one like this. Perfect. It's a falling broadening wedge, as you can notice, because these lows are like the lows are pushing bigger or in an aggressive manner more than the highs. Or if you would like to go for these highs, it would be like a channel, right? Like this, and here we go. Okay, but anyway, it's just for overall direction, and we don't enter trades based on trend lines solely. And as mentioned, they should be treated as entire zones and not laser levels. So you should treat it like this, right? It's just for you to feel the overall market. We don't trade it back to the point. It's not a laser line, it's an entire zone, just like horizontal support and resistance. Anyway, from daily time frame, this is how we can feel. We have been bullish. Now we broke below the previous low, below this channel. Now the momentum has been shifted from bullish to bearish. And we can also find that the previous low here got respected. And currently we have this major low right there. Anyway, it doesn't check weekly time frame. Why? I don't know. Let's check weekly time frame. And perfect. You know what? I can't really say much here except of this one. Okay, of course the previous high and this one as well. Perfect. So these are the main support and resistance. I've done it quickly just to save some time to be able to go over as many as possible. So this is a major resistance, as you already noticed. It's of course also a big zone. So just like US 500 and US 100, we are currently around the lower bound of this wedge pattern. And since it's a falling channel, a falling support, if the price needs or tends to test it again, we'll be seeing lower lows, right? If it's a horizontal one, we'll be seeing like this, okay, or maybe a wick, a small wick, but not low lows and lower highs. So price can still test it again to reach this low, the support zone, before we trade higher. But we're already looking for a correction phase, right? We're looking for this movement, but don't get overexcited. It is just a correction inside a bigger, longer term trend. As we approach the upper bound, again, we'll be looking for trend following sell setups again, and in this case, we'll be expecting a movement till here, unless we see a break above this zone like this in a massive, aggressive way above this resistance. In this case, we'll be expecting price to push higher till the all-time high around 37K. But for now, bearish, approaching this support. The best case scenario to me is to push lower, look for buy stops here, and target this big area. If you zoom into H4 time frame, okay, this one is old. Let's delete it. If you zoom into H4 and H1, previously the bears took over right there. We started to make low lows and lower highs. Here, price failed to break momentum above this area, only a wick, and kept on moving lower and lower. We are forming a weird pattern. I don't like it, but it's a big head and shoulders. I usually like head and shoulders, but not this big. Okay, not an overextended one. So I can't really say much on US 30, except that we have this previous high. Let's make it in orange. I don't like what I see so far, because I don't like when the price is already rejecting. If it was here, I would be looking for buy stops, but we're already made the rejection. So for the bulls to remain in control and to push higher to the upper bound of this falling wedge, we need to see a break above this previous high. Okay. Meanwhile, the bears are still in control medium term, and for the bears to take over again or to remain in control, we need to see a break below this head and shoulders pattern. So long story short, if you break below this neckline, we'll be expecting a movement lower to this area again, where we'll be looking for buy stops. Meanwhile, we are bullish from a short-term perspective, and if you break above this, we'll be expecting continuation to the upper bound of this H4 and daily wedge, where we'll be looking for set setups. So that's basically it for US 30. Let me check the comments before I introduce Hady. With our long Victor said, Hady, you are twins with our long hair, bro.
Thank you.
So like you guys have long hair because I don't. So
Maybe.
So like you are getting the difference.
Thank you so much, Victor.
So Hassan said the future Warren.
Warren Buffett.
Ali, Richard Hady, glad to see you here. Congrats for your approach. Can we go over following Bird, NKLA, Neo? Of course, I'm a big fan of Neo, even though it's trading lower. But yeah, hopefully when Hady is done with his list, I'll be going over these ones as well. Okay, I'll be
Actually,
going.
I'll be going first for the requests, whatever these guys.
Okay.
Hopefully
Great.
have
If you
more
want to
requests.
go over it, if you want
Yeah.
to pick a couple of ones, if you
Someone-
have a list already.
Congrats for your approach. Shiba and Dodge. Muhammad Latouf will be going over Shiba and Dodge. Sure. Great that we have more requests. Then we'll be going over them, of course.
Amazing. I can't really read your name, but this is okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm just reading your comment. Stanley, hope you're doing good. Glad to see you here. Thank you so much.
So we have
I hope you are enjoying.
we have
Now,
couple of
Muhammad
spots.
Ali Latouf, congrats. Thank you so much. Can you go over Shiba and Doge? Okay, so Hady, you're welcome on board. I'm happy to see you
Thank you
here.
so much.
For those who don't know, Hady is also just like Victor and Ankum, is one of our senior members, and also is one of the of like my closest friends, because like it happens that while I'm living in the same country, so we get to meet one another and like have coffee. Of course, like wherever we have meetings.
Cheers, man.
It should be
I prefer the big cup of
have
coffee.
coffee, right? So cheers.
Cheers.
So Hady, the floor is all yours.
Okay, first, congratulations, brother, for the
Thank you so
first
much.
milestone. I
Thank you
know
so
it,
much.
it needs like high level of dedication, and you are a beast in such manners. It needs a
Thank you
very
so much.
high, hard working, and of course, we'll be expecting and speculating more like new milestones for you. Of course,
Well, thank you so much, Hady. And you also have a channel on YouTube. So I'm looking forward to go live on your channel when it reaches
oh,
the 10K subscribers.
the honor will be mine. Of course, sure.
Amazing, Hady. So the floor is yours. I'll mute myself, and I might go for like 2 minutes, have a walk to like change my blood that has been sitting for 4 hours. I'll just go for 5 minutes and come back.
We
But the
have
floor is all
many
yours.
requests over here. Like
Amazing. If you want to go over a couple of ones, go over it. If you have a list that you want to go to
Exactly.
start with first, do whatever you want. The floor is all
Share my
yours. The
screen.
mic is all yours.
You are watching my screen right now, right?
Yes, I'm just okay. Give me a minute. Add to stage. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Now
have,
it's
we
working
have gold,
perfectly.
Gold, Litecoin, Ethereum, and some Litecoin. Then we'll be going for the stocks, and last but not least, Dodge and Shiba, if we have time, of course. So let's do it. For gold, let's start with weekly time frame. As usual, for those who don't know, we usually start with higher time frames to feel the overall market. Are we overall bullish? Are we overall bearish, or stuck inside a range? That's why we usually start with higher time frames to feel the overall market. Then we'll be zooming into lower time frames for some also market overall direction and trigger as well. So as you can see for gold, from a weekly time frame, price is still trading inside this flat broadening wedge, and price recently reached our massive resistance zone, like around 2K, and we'll be looking for new bearish movements as well. Of course, we don't sell or buy blindly. We usually like zoom into lower time frames to find our confirmation. Then we'll be entering our trades. So for price is still around a resistance zone, unless of course price managed to be breaking above to see new records for gold. And as we all know, there is some like fundamental stuff affecting gold heavily recently also. So if we want to say that gold want to be like breaking new records, we need a momentum candle close above like at least 2050 or 2070, then we'll be expecting movement higher. Meanwhile, for now, we are still around resistance zone. We are still looking for new bearish movements as before. Here we go, multiple rejections previously, and I'm still looking for bearish movement. I will not enter since like gold is affected like purely as a fundamental, not as a technical. However, we'll be mentioning the technical perspective for today or tonight for my time. If we go to daily time frame, we knew that we are still around a resistance zone, and we'll be looking for new bearish movement again. For those who know me on my channel, I have a small channel on Telegram. I mentioned it before that price is still overall bearish, and the price was approaching a massive zone indeed. Why? Because simply we have multiple rejections over here. As we can see, demand zone lining up with 1800 support zone. As we can see, multiple rejections previously, highs and lows. It's a massive one indeed. I was looking like closely, and I kept an eye on it to look for new longs over here, regardless what happened in the fundamental topic. So price was overall bearish, lower lows and lower highs as well. We were looking for new longs. Price traded higher again. Meanwhile, we'll be monitoring this one on lower time frames, and I will show you why and how we entered it. Meanwhile, price traded higher, broke above this high, and kept moving higher. So for now, gold is purely overall bullish. If we go to H4 time frame, here we go. Price broke below this low, traded lower, broke above this high, and traded higher. And we are now, from a short and medium term perspective, overall bullish, unless, of course, price managed to be breaking below this low. Then we'll be expecting a further bearish movement as well. So we will be having a shift in momentum from bullish to bearish, but we need a break below this low. Meanwhile, we are still overall clearly bullish. If we go to H1 time frame, let's go for it. Here we go. Price is still overall also clearly bullish from a short-term perspective, higher highs and higher lows as well. And price now is trying to break below this trend line. However, as per our trading plan, we need a break below at least this major low. Then we'll be expecting from a shorter term perspective a movement lower. However, I'm not like giving a financial advice to be selling. However, I won't be selling gold unless these major fundamental issues like wars, hyperinflations, or whatever, then I will be interfering in gold. Until that, I'm not interested in selling gold. Meanwhile, we are still overall bullish clearly. That's it for gold. What's next? I think we have US 500, yes. Okay, great. That Richard went over US 30, Dow Jones, and US 100, which is Nasdaq. Let's cover US 500 and go for weekly time frame. Here we go. Price is clearly, again, overall bullish. Why? Simply higher highs, higher lows. We are clearly overall bullish, and the price recently approaching our previous high. Previous high that can be acting also as a support, but of course we are already around a support zone. So multiple rejections, as we can see. So we are already in a like a support zone. So we will be looking for new longs as well. And as we can see, price had an aggressive movement up here, movement higher aggressively, small base forming a new demand zone. Then the price traded higher. So this demand will be also adding on my confluences. So we have previous high, we have a demand zone, why this one is here, and support zone as well. So from this zone, I'll be expecting some bullish correction movement. If we go to daily time frame, here we go. Price is still overall bearish from a medium-term perspective, and recently broke below this low. And I want to talk, since Richard was talking about US 30 and US 100, I'll be covering it like for a while. Adding on, price is still overall clearly bearish. My lines are straightforward. I don't know why. And the price is around our lower bound of this channel, which can be acting as what? As an oversold zone. However, price is approaching our previous low. As I mentioned in weekly time frame, the previous high can be acting as a support, right? But the daily time frame, the previous low can be acting as what? As a resistance. That's it. Yes, we are around an amazing zone. However, price can't reach my target. So Richard was talking about even though we have like the best case or the best setup, however, I can't enter. Why? I simply divide it into two like manners or perspectives. First, my probability in the market. Can the price be trading higher? That's number one, the probability. And number two is the edge. Yes, I have the probability for the price to be trading higher. However, I don't have the edge to be reaching my target. So since one of these two is missing per my trading plan, I simply go for 1 to 2 scenarios. The first one, I can go for the half risk. The second one, simply skip the trade. That's it. Let's go for H4 time frame. Price is still overall clearly bearish, right? Price broke above this high, traded higher, broke below this low, and traded lower. So we are now overall clearly bearish, and I will be looking for this correction movement. Then I will be looking for new sells as a trend following. I'm interested more in looking for a trend following on US 500. However, I'm not interested that much in looking for new longs around here, especially the price broke above our major high. Here we go. I was having my alert, and like in an hour, it was triggered. So I won't be entering this trade. A momentum candle close. Yes, we have a bearish movement. Yes, I have a nice looking major high, and it's broken upwards. So I'm expecting more bullish movement. However, look at this previous high or low from daily time frame. Yes, I have the probability for the price to be going higher. However, I don't have the edge for the price to be going more higher. That's it. So for now, for me on US 500, I'll be waiting more. I'm a waiter, not just like every day should be in a trade. I'll be waiting for the best moment, for the best opportunity to be entering the market. So I'll be waiting for the price to be approaching this intersection. Look how beautiful it is, intersecting this falling trend line with this horizontal resistance. So it will be a massive zone to be looking for new bearish movement. That's it for US 500. What do we have also? I think Ethereum, right? How can I check without going out?
Yeah.
Richard is here. Okay, great. I thought you are still. Okay, we have Ethereum, I think, right?
Yes,
Ethereum,
exactly.
Litecoin. Hello, hello. Okay,
No,
we have Ethereum.
it's lit, LIT.
Isn't for crypto, right? Let us confirm by Allah. You mean Litecoin, right?
No.
Oh.
It is, I guess, it would be LTC, but he requested lit, LIT.
Okay, that's it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a trade on it. Okay.
Let's go.
So, let's jump into Ethereum. Let's start with Ethereum, as it's the father of crypto. We don't want to be passing the categories over there. So Ethereum, the father of crypto. So I mentioned this one a couple of days. Price is still overall bearish, lower lows, lower highs. As we can see, we are still overall bearish trend. However, price is approaching a strong zone, which is a supply over here, where we had an aggressive movement downward, and price is approaching it, lining up with this falling trend line. where we'll be expecting or speculating new bearish movement. If we had it, then we'll be looking for new longs around this area. And as of course, as the price will be approaching more our support, we'll be looking for new longs. Of course, if we had it, this major high, then broke it upward, we'll be expecting more bullish continuation, and this falling channel can be a continuation for this bullish movement. Let's see how it goes. Take it step by step. So for now, we are around supply zone, falling trend line. Let's go to lower time frame. We felt the overall market from daily time frame. Let's zoom into lower time frames, right? Also, I mentioned this multiple times before. Price was stuck inside a range for a while, and I was like adding some longs around the lower bound of this range. And I mentioned that for the bulls to take over, we need a break above this major high, which happened. Then price managed to be breaking above our upper bound of this range, which is clearly pushing harder. So for now, two possible scenarios. Of course, price can still trade more higher, invalidate this trend line to be testing our upper resistance zone, unless, of course, price managed to be having one more impulse, one more bearish impulse from daily time frame, as we mentioned, by breaking below this low, then expect a further bearish movement to enter our range one more time before reversal. That's it for Ethereum. Waiting for this break. If not, bullish movement will be continuing more and more. We are still overall bullish. However, from daily time frame, we are bearish clearly. That's it for Ethereum. Nothing to be added. What's next? LIT. That's it. From daily time frame to feel the overall market. Here we go. Let me take a small step. Cheers, Rich. Okay, my voice and charts, everything is great, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. You are this early on. So from daily time frame, price got stuck inside another range for LIT. However, price was overall bearish. We got stuck inside this range market. However, we are now expecting what? Price is now sitting around our lower bound of this range. And usually when we are in a sitting around a range market, let me fix it like this and make a lower bound. That's it. So as the price was trading lower and higher, as the price will be approaching my lower bound of this range, I'll be looking for new longs, right? However, or unless or until this range will be broken downward or upward, I'll be selling on the upper bound and looking for new longs on the lower bound. Let's make it over here. The same scenario. We were overall bearish. We got stuck inside this range. We are around a support zone. That's number one. Number two, we are around the lower bound of this range. So I'll be looking for new longs, and I remember that I sent it like a couple of weeks. I don't know. Let me check because I have this one. So for now, from a medium-term perspective, we need a break above this major high. Then we'll be expecting a further bullish movement, especially after breaking above it. And then from a long-term, why this one? From a long-term reversal, we need a shift in momentum by breaking above this major high. We'll be experiencing a downward trend, then an accumulation trend, then a new shift in momentum from bearish to bullish. However, it's not a straightforward. This one will take more time, but it can happen. We need a break above the upper bound for a long-term reversal. From a medium term, we need a break above this major high. If we go lower, let's check. Here we go. Yes, I mentioned it before. We were around a massive support zone, and I was looking for new longs. And I mentioned that if we had a break above this high, expect a further bullish movement. However, birds traded again lower to be in a to be in a correction movement again, bullish. However, we are now bearish, and we are still looking for a new bullish movement. And I mentioned that price is now trading inside this channel, and for the bulls to take over from a shorter term perspective, for the bulls control, we need a break above this major high, where we'll be expecting and speculating this bullish movement as well. That's it for LIT. Yeah, we had an aggressive movement over here. I think there's some news for this movement. However, I'm stick for the buy. I have my confluences. I mentioned that from daily time frame, we are around the support, lower bound, multiple rejections, and I'm still expecting this movement up. If the price manage, of course, to trade lower, here we go. We can draw this trend line, make an offset for it. Here we go. If the price managed to be trading a little bit more lower, I'll be looking for new longs as a trend following, as we had a higher high today. So I'll be looking for new longs as a trend following one. So that's it for LIT. What do we have next?
Fantastic, Hady. So many good comments. Jad, great content. Keep those seminars coming and when possible. Ala, all good and clear. Fantastic. Okay, Dayon, of course. Victor as well. So yeah. So like we've got someone, Olubody. He requested US30, but I just did it. So
Yeah.
Olubody, to save time, it's better for you to watch the recording. Hopefully, when the live is done, or like I guess you can scroll back now, like when you are watching the live.
Yes, exactly.
At hour 3 and 25 minutes. Okay, you'll be able to find US30. Okay, we'll not repeat it to save time because I just did it. Next, we've got so like Hady, you've done already gold, US 500, ETH, and Lit, right?
Exactly.
You've done these ones.
I'll try my best to be quick. If you would like, we can stop over here for you to continue.
No, fine. Have you done SHIB?
We have Dodge and SHIB.
Okay. If you want,
as well.
okay, if you want, pick one of these two, and like I will take it from there.
Okay, great. Let's do it.
Pick one,
So,
whatever you want.
we will continue for the stocks, or you can take them, whatever you want.
Of course, like I will do it. I love stocks.
Okay, great.
Okay,
So
you know what? If you are going to go over it fast for Shiba and Doge, you can do them both, and I'll be doing the stocks.
Okay, great. So as fast as possible. So daily time frame, we are still overall bearish trading inside this falling channel. And as we mentioned before, that we have the probability, however, we don't have the edge, as we have this falling trend line that can be rejecting our price and trading again lower. So I'm not interested, even though the price broke above this major high. I'm not interested in Dodge for now, unless, of course, price managed to be trading lower a little bit. For this minor demand zone, I'll be trading, I'll be zooming into lower time frames to look for like a short-term longs. Of course, as the price will be trading lower and lower, we have an amazing support zone indeed. Very strong one. If the price manage to be like diving more, I'll be looking for new longs over here. Unless price broke above this high, we'll be expecting and speculating new bullish movement. Meanwhile, as we are still around this falling trend line, yes, we went over this one. However, as we mentioned, yes, it has some edge, but I was previously like putting my neckline over here for extra confirmation, and I didn't find that edge reasonable to me, at least, to be entering this trade. So I'll keep it right there. Let's remove it to keep my chart clean. That's it for now. We have this like minor swing low. It's not the best looking one. And since we have this shadow, let's cover it over here. We can make it a little bit more lower for this one. If we had a break below it, then expect a further bearish movement till this demand zone, as we mentioned, from daily time frame, where we'll be looking for any bullish reversal setup. That's it for Dodge. Let's go for SHIB. as fast as possible. So as usual, daily time frame. What do we have for SHIB? Exactly the same as meme coin, as Dodge. So price is still also overall bearish. However, for the bulls to take over, as we are around a massive support zone, the same as Dodge. For the bulls to take over, we need a break above this major high, where we'll be expecting what? A shift in momentum from this bearish movement to a new shift in momentum to bullish movement. Meanwhile, of course, as we mentioned before, this is our last major high. I'm not interested in looking for new longs. Why? As I mentioned, we have the probability, however, we don't have the edge. I have the probability for the price to be trading higher, but this falling trend line can reject my price and make my price traded lower again. So I'm not interested in here. I'm interested in looking for new longs after breaking above this major high from a long-term perspective. I don't think we can find much on H4 time frame. Let's check. Okay, the same as Dodge. I was having my neckline over there. However, this one was good. If we had a break below this one, the same as Dodge, we'll be expecting movement lower. But as we mentioned, we are around a support zone. Then we'll be interested more or interested only in looking for new longs, not in shorting SHIB. That's it from my side. Hope you enjoyed it, and glad to be with you for today, Richard. It is an honor for me to be a part of your celebration as well. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the guys who are watching us. And yeah, that's it.
Hady, thank you so much. You have been amazing. The honor is all mine. I'm glad. I took a little break, but it wasn't a break at all because I was fully focused. I just went out for 5 minutes just to keep my blood flowing in my veins. But it was really a good one. I loved it, and I guess you already covered everything in just 30 minutes. I guess you covered a lot, like ETH, US 500, gold, light or lit, I don't know, SHIB, Doge, fantastic. So like I'm leaving me nothing but stocks moving
Great.
forward.
You love the stocks.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Cheers,
So
man.
thank you so much,
Much
Hady.
welcome.
Hopefully next time we'll do a 10 hours stream, of course,
Sure.
like we'll plan it ahead of time because like I feel that 5 hours is peanuts. I expected it to be a lot harder, but with the help of you guys and Victor and you, of course, like you made it feel very smooth. Thank you so much. So that's it. Thank you, Hady,
Thank
and
you.
we'll see you hopefully next time.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, Deo thanking Hady. I love it. Thank you, Hady. Perfect. Rich, I'm learning a lot here. Fantastic. Hopefully next time with a 10 hours series, we'll get even more people. And hopefully, who knows, maybe one of you will be the one sharing his thoughts. Right? You don't have to be a CM member to join us and to share your thoughts. If you'd like, you can also share your screen and like I will review it for you. But I prefer if you are in our community, because I can't really review it if you are applying a different style. I'm in no position to review something that I didn't backtest, right? So I know what I know and I know what I don't. So this is it. Now let me share my screen again, and I'll be going over as many stocks as possible. We still have like 50 minutes, right? So like I might be going over like 20-30 charts, because like I usually do one per minute or per minute and a half, 2 minutes. But again and again, we already covered all the requests that you guys asked or the questions that you guys asked. If you want a specific one, I will pause my stocks list and I'll be going over it. Okay, I don't mind. Feel free to request any altcoin, any instrument, asset, whatever you want to call it, and I'll be doing it. I'll share my screen and let's go over the stocks. Perfect. I've got a big list. It's like 86 ones, as you can see, but of course, we'll not be able to do it all. Let's start with Nike, okay? Okay, I got everything already on, so it will require less time to go over it. So let's do it. We are stuck inside a big range, previous support, current resistance, and lately we have been rejecting this support zone. As we are around the lower bound of this big range, I'm looking for buy setups. It depends on how you trade stock. I personally traded spot, right? So I just buy it and then close it after a while. I don't trade it on margin. I don't use stop loss and so on. Okay, so of course I enter, I put an alert just around the previous major low. If it's broken down, I close my position. So that's my approach for stocks. So because I trade all markets, crypto and stocks are like, of course, like crypto, mainly Bitcoin, Ethereum, are for long term, right? It's like for 10 to 20 years. That's how long term I'm thinking of it. Stocks are like medium term to long term, maybe 5 to 10 years. But of course, like price approaches, for example, here I entered the buy around the resistance, I closed it, right? So like I don't keep on buying, I don't invest in it, I trade it, right? So I buy, close. I want to maximize my stocks portfolio in a way that I don't get stuck in a period of drawdown. For example, on Nike, I got a drawdown here from April 2023, like from, if you want, February till today, right? So like that's a couple of months of drawdown. I prefer not to get stuck here. Instead, I close in profit and I use the profits I made here to buy even more, right? So this is my approach. Anyway, we've got an idea about it, but if you would like to also apply the same logic of margin trading or leverage, entry, stop loss, 3R, you can. Okay, but it depends on you. For example, this one is already broken. Let's delete it. For Nike, I'm waiting for a break above this high. I'll be buying and I'll be targeting this upper area. I'll be closing it here. If around this area we break back below it, I'll be closing it again. Okay, so this is long story short for Coca-Cola. I'm already in, as you already noticed. Whenever you see red, it means that I'm already in. So on Cola, I'll show you the logic. It's very simple. And in fact, Cola is one of the cleanest bullish trends. Whenever you zoom out, you can see that this is weekly time frame. So since like 1887, and you can see big. Of course, we get phases of like consolidation or bearish trend, but usually it's in a big uptrend, and we might be entering a phase just like this phase. It might last a lot, it might last a year, it might last 5 years. It depends on the situation. But for now, I'm keeping it simple. I'm following the trends, or vice versa. And now I'm trying to catch this bullish movement till around the 60 or even the 62. If we get to daily time frame, we're having around the lower band. I've got this channel from these two dots, right? Or which is very visible, cleaner from weekly time frame. So 1, 2, making a lower low and a lower high. I got this channel. I made an offset of it around the lower bound of it, and the 50 round number and the previous dots here, previous support zone. I've been looking for buy stops to catch this correction movement. I then zoomed into H4 time frame or even H1 time frame. Okay, so like I can't really say about this pattern that this is a unique customized pattern that the senior members, including Hady, Anko, and Victor, like we back tested it, which is like 2 years ago. We back tested series of customized patterns that can't be found anywhere else. Anyway, you already know the shape of it if you would like to use it, but anyway, you don't need the dots. But this is an advanced, what you call an advanced customized pattern that we use. And anyway, you can enter your trade here. If you are trading it on margin, the entry would have been here, the stop loss would be around this area or the previous low, and we target a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio, which would be around this area. Anyway, for now, I'm holding Cola spot, and as you can see from my alert right there, let me show it to you. That's it. I keep on holding unless the previous low is broken down, and the previous low is currently right there. So this is how I do it. I swing trade the stocks, and we are currently overall bullish. I'll keep on holding cola until the trend changes. Okay, keep on holding it, and we might be getting this like this still around the upper band. Of course, I'll keep on holding unless a previous low is broken downward. Next, we've got Tesla. Anyway, let me remove the alerts now. You know what? I'll keep it just for this example, but I don't like to show it like this. But if you check left, right, always, even if I don't have my alerts, okay, you'll be able to see it, right? But I don't like to put it on the chart. That's annoying. But for Tesla or for like a couple of ones, I'll keep it for you to see it visually. That's it. On Tesla, the same exact logic. This is a very strong support to me. We've got this objective 1, 2, and 3. That's an objective, support, and 1, 2, and 3. That's an objective resistance. Okay. Now around the support zone, I'm looking for buy setups unless it's broken downward. In this case, I move until this demand zone would be expected. That's why I have my alert right there. In parallel, around the support zone, I'm looking for buy stops. I'm waiting for the bulls to take over, even though we are around the support, around the lower trend line, and so on. But again and again, we don't buy blindly. We always wait for the bulls to prove to us that they are strong enough to take over. For now, I've been waiting for this, but of course now I'll be updating my analysis shortly. But previously we were here. Okay, because like this is H1, and I haven't updated my charts today. I've been doing a couple of things, and then I went live from 5 to 10. But previously, today is 31, so 31. Yes, sorry. So 30, which is yesterday. Price was here, right? So anyway, today we traded lower, so I'm updating the charts. But yesterday I've been waiting for this break, right, for a pattern to form here, like 1, 2, 3, double bottom, head and shoulders, and so on. Or any advanced customized pattern, we'll be going for a long position right there. And previously, here we go. If you zoom out, you can see that we are overall bearish, and this was a nice pattern and channel to go for a short position for those who traded on margin. That's it. That's your trigger swing. Broken downward entry, stop loss, and the take profit would be right there around the lower support zone. Anyway, let's delete this one as well. And now, most probably, I'll be waiting for a new pattern to form. And then, of course, like because I've only followed the dots, I don't have a dot, so I don't have a pattern. I don't have a swing high. So I'm waiting for a new red dot to form here, maybe. And then I'll be going for this one, update my alert. And this is basically it. This is what I do. Anyway, let's go like this and do it now. Even though we don't have a dot, but this is just like, okay, PLTR. This is also a nice, okay, I remove the alerts. Okay, PLTR inside a big range that you clearly see. Previously, we rejected the 20. 20 is a massive resistance, massive supply zone, aggressive movement downward. It's a very strong supply because, here we go, inside this big bearish trend. This is where we had a pause, right? Bullish candles, a pause, a range, and then we had this next massive movement. It's a drop, base, and then drop again, right? So this is a supply zone where we're looking for sell setups or expecting the bears to take over. I personally have entered the buy here and closed it around this area. So I've booked the profit already, and I'm waiting for the bulls to break above the 20 to add my longs again and to target the 30 in this case. Or for now, we are stuck inside a range. If you zoom into daily time frame, you can see it even better. Previously, sorry, we have this range. If broken downward, expect a movement lower to the 10. The 10 is very strong, round number, also a demand zone, lining up with the previous low. So once we have this break, I'll place my alert right there. Anyway, place it right now. Of course, like we need a lot of time to reach it, but I've placed it. As you can see, I've got 394 alerts, and like TradingView allow you 400 at a time or at the same time maximum. So like I'm very keen in picking my alerts. So for example, here I deleted because I already have two, right? So I already have 2 alerts here for the case price drops or in case price goes up. So I don't really need this one unless one of them like got off. I'll be updating my alerts. Anyway, for now on PLTR, we're approaching the lower bound of this range from a daily time frame. That's why I'm looking for buy stops on H1 time frame. And on H1, I'm waiting for a break above this falling trend. So we had this break, impulse, correction. We are currently in the making of this impulse. I'm waiting for a correction to form and then to buy on to break upward. For now, as for the current market conditions, I'm waiting for either a break above this, as you can see from this alert, or for price to drop lower. In this case, I'll be looking for buy setups right there for any advanced or for any bullish reversal pattern. I'll check the chat in case someone is asking anything. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Glad to be here with you. Amazing, Hady. Thank you so much. For you too, Victor. Thank you so much, Hady and Richard. You are more than welcome, Ala. Hady is awesome, no doubt, Ali. Which broker do you use for stocks, for stock, Rich? I'll let you know. I have to go. Thank you, Rich. Very instructive, as always, by BK. I'm happy to see you here. Thank you so much for your feedback, for sharing it out loud. Okay, Victor, I'm personally trading on Tickmill. For those who already know me, or like you also know, I recommend Tickmill. I've done something with Tickmill I can't really share because like I have a contract that I can't share until it's public, and it's going public next Monday. So stay tuned for something on Tickmill official page. I can't really say anything now, but especially that we are live as well. But stay tuned. I recommend Tickmill. To me, they are one of the biggest and the best forex or CFD brokers worldwide. I've been with them for 5 years and I haven't experienced any problem. And I guess you, Victor, and multiple members are already trying or tried already Tickmill. And like lately, Tickmill introduced stocks. They got a lot of stocks over 500. So this is where I traded. They don't provide spot stocks. They provide it as CFDs, right? But like I treat it as it is spot, right? So I enter 1 share or 2 shares and I close it and so on. So the same logic, but I'm doing it on CFD on Tickmill because I have my account already. So I have 2 accounts, MT4 and MT5. MT5 for stocks and like MT4 for forex. Okay, if you'd like to subscribe to Tickmill, make sure to get it or to subscribe using my referral link. You will get 5% discount on your trading fees, and I'll be able to help you if you need anything in Tickmill. Okay, so I'll be sharing the links here in the chat, and in case okay, let me try to get to show you where you can find it. Okay, you go to TradingView. I'll go to my website. Okay, but just because I want to give you the link, I don't want to write any links here. On my Instagram, right? You go to my Instagram profile and you click on this link, okay, which is in my bio. You click on it, and this is actually the event now, right? So it should be running. That's it. Free Telegram channel, free full course, which takes you to EURJPY website. How do I chart traders, which I showed you? Yeah, this is it. So Tickmill non-European users, if you aren't in Europe, and if you are in Europe, you can click on this one. Okay, so you simply click on it, and that's it. Perfect. So I'll just give me a minute again. Okay. So I'll share this link. Which one I shared? Yeah, non-European users. Okay, this is for non-European users. The first one, in case you want to click now, you are in the live chat. And anyway, you already know where to find it, right? But one thing for you European users, for you to be able to get to get under my referral, no matter where you are in Europe, okay, choose the license Tickmill UK, because you get to choose which one. Even if you are living in France, choose Tickmill UK, okay? And anyway, I'll share this link instead of like sharing multiple links. I'll share this link. This is where you find all my links. You can also check my Trustpilot reviews, right? You can find my YouTube channel, my TradingView profile. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I would appreciate if you create an account that you using this link. Okay, it doesn't affect you at all, right? It just instead, it will give you 5% discount on your trading fees, on commissions and spreads. Okay, and of course, if you haven't followed my Instagram yet, I would be happy to see you here. Okay, and but by the way, this is Anko, that the one that got second. Okay, Anko, same member, and like this is my wife, and these are the pictures of my wedding. Okay, anyway, let's stick to the charts, right? Okay, so we had Snapchat. Let's get it running. Okay, we still have 30 minutes for the live. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, if you want to request anything, feel free to do it. If you just joined, welcome. And we have been live, as you can see from the timer, for 4 hours and 30 minutes. If you just joined, also feel free to request any instrument, forex, stocks, indices, metal, commodities, forex, whatever you want. Okay, and a chart is a chart. I simply hide the name and analyze it. Perfect. So on Snapchat, we have been stuck inside this big range, right? You can even make an offset of the lower bound. And if you go to daily time frame, you can see, oh yeah, I already had it. So let me delete it. I already had it, but it's only appearing on daily time frame. So the lower bound is here. Preferably, I would like to see it going down to look for buy stops here. That's why I have my alert just right there around 8. Meanwhile, in parallel, if you break above this high, we'll be expecting a movement to the upper bound where I'll be booking my profit and I'll be entering again or buying Snapchat again even more if we break above the upper bound of the range, which would be the major high from weekly time frame. On VSAT, monthly time frame, here we go. We got a big support in around number 10. The more we get to around the 10, the better. That's why I have my alert here. As you approach it, I'll be looking definitely for buy setups. In parallel, we have been bearish after breaking below this low. We have been making big impulse movements, correction, impulse movement, failing to make a lower low, and then correction, and then we broke below the low. So we are still overall bearish. We were bullish previously, impulse correction, and this is how you can see it objectively using HTL, higher low, low broken. Now we are bearish, lower highs, right? So on weekly time frame, you can see it in a detailed manner. We have been trading inside this recent channel impulse correction. We are currently in the making of this impulse. That's why around the low band of it, I'll be looking for buy setups around this area. So I would like to see it going down and then look for a buy, or vice versa. I'm waiting for a breakup of the previous recent high to buy. And if you are conservative, you can simply wait for the 25 to be broken upward. Next, we've got EA or EA Sports. It's in a game. Anyway, we've got this big wedge pattern, and we have been stuck inside this horizontal range lately. As you approach the low band, we'll be looking for buy stops. You already know it. If you go to daily time frame, you can see it in a cleaner manner. It's a choppy one, as you clearly see, multiple movements up and down. EA is usually stable, so even though you see it choppy, but if you compare it, for example, to VSAT, it's going lower. It's bearish. Snapchat, look at this sharp movement. PLTR, as you can see. So the Tesla has been going downward. However, EA has been standing. I can't really say strong. It's standing stable, if you want. So anyway, I'm looking for buy stops around the low band, especially around this support zone. This support zone is lining up perfectly with the lower trend line as well, acting as a non-horizontal support. So this area is massive. That's why I've got my alert around 115, 113. In parallel, for the bullish to take over, I'm zooming into lower time frames and I'm looking for any bullish reverse setups. For example, I'm waiting for a break. This one is already done. I'm waiting for a break above a new major high. So I'm waiting for a new high to form first and then buying on its break upward. Previously, the bet took over by breaking below this low, and we have been bearish since then. AZN. We have been overall bullish, trading inside this rising channel, making higher lows, higher highs. Now, as we approach the lower band again, we'll be looking for trend following buy setups. If you zoom into daily time frame, can't really say much except that we also have this trend line adding more confluence or strength to our lower zone. So this area is already intersection of two support zones or non-horizontal support zones. For the bullish takeover, for now, we need to see a break or a new high to form around this upper band and then break it upward. This would be from a long-term perspective. From a short-term perspective, I would like to see it going a little bit more down, and then I'll be looking for this to buy this correction. Snow is falling because as you can already know, it's already winter. That's why the snow is falling, right? Anyway, we've got this big symmetrical triangle, and we're approaching the low band. We're looking for buy setups. If you break it downward, it wouldn't be good. It will be falling even more. It would be a tough winter, right? So get prepared to warm up. Anyway, for now, it's a very strong support zone, still holding, waiting for the bulls to take over. And from my perspective, if you zoom into H4, for the bulls to take over, we need to see this, and this, right? A new high and price to break it upward and invalidate both the trend line and breaking above a high. Google. Let's go. Okay, we have been bearish, right? Previously bullish. Here we go. We broke below the low. Price started to make lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, and so on. So lower highs until we broke above this high. So now we are bullish. We have higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher high, and now we're waiting for a higher low to form and to catch the next impulse movement upward. If you zoom out, you can see that this 150 is currently the all-time high, around 150, 155. So it would be like this. Let's go for a different color, and that's it. So now I'm speculating this movement and then a new impulse movement to push the price higher. If you zoom into daily time frame, can't really say much. We already broke this one downward. Okay, as you approach this area, the lower the better. I'll be looking for buy stops. For now, can't really say much. Amazon, fantastic. Let me check the comments. I can't really see any comments. If you guys have any questions or requests, feel free to let me know and I would be happy to go over it. Amazon weekly time frame, also we have been bearish previously, broken downward, correction, impulse, correction, impulse, correction. Here we go, failed to make a low, instead made a higher low. That's an early alert that a potential reversal might happen. This is actually a very good example. I would like to delete everything and show it to you. So what really happened is we have been bullish, right? We have been bullish, big impulse, and then we got stuck inside the range. Because if you are bullish, we should be making higher low, right? Correction, and then an impulse. Didn't happen. We managed to make higher high, but it was very flat compared to this one. So compare this to this, right? So this is how flat it is. And then that's an early alert that price is exhausted, that the bulls are exhausted, and then price failed to make a higher high, instead made an equal or lower high to be confirmed by breaking below the previous low. We broke it downward. Now it's confirmed that we are now bearish, and price started to make what? Low lows and lower highs. low lows, lower highs, big impulse movements, and you can clearly see big impulse, big and steep impulse, big and steep impulse, right? And here we go. Look at this. Okay, that's getting smaller and smaller, and even failed to make a low low, just like previous. Instead, made a higher low. That's also an early alert that a potential reversal might happen, to be confirmed once we have a break above the previous high. Of course, objective high if you average TL. We broke above this high, and now we are what? We are bullish again. We have an impulse correction, and I'm trying to catch the next impulse to push the price higher to around this area. Okay, I'll get my levels back. Here we go. I do have supply and resistance and so on. I'd like to show you this example without anything disrupting the view. Perfect. So now for the boost takeover again, from a medium-term perspective, we need to see this break. In this case, I'll be expecting a movement to the upper bound again. Meanwhile, if you drop lower till here, I'll be looking for buy setups. Okay, I'll take 1 minute break. Feel free to request any instrument. Meanwhile, we still have 20 minutes and the stream will be over. So within these 20 minutes, feel free to ask anything because it might not happen anytime soon. But the next one, I promise it would be even better, bigger, and definitely longer, like 10 hours, hopefully. So like be prepared for these 10 hours to get a lot of popcorn, maybe, right? If it would be fun to you, or get coffee, get anything, and maybe, I don't know, we'll plan it, okay? Okay, I'll move forward with the remaining stocks. I'll keep on going as much as you want. I don't mind. I don't get tired. Okay, so JPM, I've been looking for buy stops here. Anyway, this was a post I posted on TradingView. I used to use this layout previously, so I'm sorry if it's a little bit choppy, but that's basically it. If you go and search for JPM, you'll find it, JP Morgan Chase. I posted 2, right? Yeah, in fact, these are the only 2 posts I posted for JPM. That's it. So I posted it first, and then price approached it. So I made like another post as a reminder, and that's why we're looking for buy stops around this area because it's a very strong support and so on. So this is why you see the drawings are already here. Anyway, now it happened already. So let's remove it. Perfect. Yeah. So now we traded higher. We had our impulse correction, impulse, and we are currently in the making of this correction, looking for the next impulse to push the price higher. For the push takeover again, to start the next impulse, I'm waiting for something like this, and then a break above it. Meanwhile, if it drop lower till the structure, I'll be looking for buy setups. Next, space. Okay, it's in fact a version galactic, right? Holdings, but I'm not sure why the ticker of it or the symbol is space or SPCE, even though I don't see any SPCE in the name. If you know, let me know in the comments. Okay, this one hasn't been doing great. Have been trading lower and lower, broke below this previous low. This is the previous high. I've been waiting for this break, didn't happen. That's the power of waiting for extra confirmation, because no matter how attractive a price is, no matter how cheap an instrument gets, don't ever buy blindly, especially in a bear run that we experienced the past couple of years. And it might last even more. It might last for 4 years. Okay, so it maybe even more under certain conditions, right? So don't say that it's too cheap, I should buy it now, right? Don't ever do it. Always wait for the boost takeover before you buy. Don't catch a falling knife. If it's falling, chances are that it will keep on falling, especially that the bearish trends are more painful. That's why they last longer and they are nastier, okay? Because the study shows that it feels bad, right? A lot worse than to feel good, right? So people would prefer to prevent a loss, right, more than taking a little bit of risk and to gain a reward, right? So that's why they try their best to avoid a loss, not to not to catch a winning trade, okay? Because when they lose, it feels much worse. The pain or being sad or whatever you want to call it, it feels much, if you want, more intense than when you feel happy when you win a trade, right? That's why you shouldn't get emotional at all. You shouldn't get your emotional life or anything get involved in trading. You should be emotionally detached, just like a robot, apply it and so on, which is what I previously mentioned about flawless execution. I don't think, I just react. I get a pattern, I get a break, I get my rules, I enter, stop loss, take profit, that's it. I don't overthink it. The more you think, the worse it gets. The more there is human interaction, make your trading strategy or plan simple to keep it with minimum human or you, obviously, interaction. Because the more interaction you need, the more mistakes you are exposed to, right? The more interaction you need, the more involved you will be, the more decisions you have to make, right? The more tired you get, the more emotional you get, and blah blah blah. That's why keep it simple: entry, stop loss, take profit, close your laptop, go on, move on, live your life, right? Don't get glued, and most importantly, don't build a trading plan that doesn't suit your life, right? So if you work, for example, 9 hours a day, don't build a trading plan, or like don't start a trading plan that requires you to be active every 2 hours. Okay, start with a higher time frame. Start with H4 data and above. Don't create a trading plan or copy paste someone else's trading plan and say, I wish I could have more time to do it. And you start blaming life that I don't have time. I can't be successful because I don't have the time that he has. Sorry for the English. But you know what I mean, right? So it's vice versa. This is your trading plan. This is your trading plan, right? Like, even though you learn it from someone else, build it your own, customize it, tweak it to suit your risk appetite, to suit your time, and most importantly, if you are comfortable entering this trade or not, no matter how strong it is, how strong the pattern is, if you're not comfortable going for it, it's not worth it, right? So it's vice versa. Build your trading plan to suit your lifestyle, and not build your lifestyle or build your life or schedule around your trading hours. Okay, so vice versa. You have to be fully calm, because you have to be consistent, and you can't be inconsistent if it's very hard for you to apply the trading plan, right? So even if your trading plan requires 30 minutes per day at night after you work from 9 p.m. to 9:30, that's all you need. You don't need to be in front of your laptop all day or during specific hours. You have time at night. Build trading plan around this time, on higher time frames, on specific pairs, on specific markets. You have to be flexible. You've got a lot. You've got crypto, you've got stocks, you've got forex, you've got a lot of markets, and you don't have to catch every single trade. You don't have to catch every single market. Okay. Anyway. Exactly, Victor, for the 10 hours. Tupperware watch this move, the stock, dump, big move coming, meme stocks coming back. What does this mean, Troy? Tupperware, watch this move. The stock top, big move coming. Okay, so I'm sorry if you can write it down in a different context, in a different way for me to get it. Okay, thanks, Troy. Now we're getting into the true nature of trading. Exactly, Victor. I like this kind of discussion. I wish I can express more, but I'm trying. Every time I get a little bit better, but I'm trying to get it there. Like sometimes, no matter how good is my English, or like even if I speak it in a different language, I can't really find the words to explain how I feel or what I think in a deep manner, right? Because sometimes like the deep things can be expressed, or like even if I say like a sentence that you understand as a language, but like there is a deep meaning of it that I can't really like put the words together in a way that I want to explain it. Anyway, you got what I mean, I guess. So like this is but we're doing it now. So that's it. So space, even though there is no space in it in its name. For the bullish takeover, you need to see a break above this high. Meanwhile, we are bearish and can still trade lower and lower. H4, H1, I will not zoom in. I'm sticking to daily time frame on this one. However, we are approaching a very strong round number, which is round number 1. That's it. Enter. That's it. If you approach it, of course, I'll be looking for short-term buy setups. SQ. Here we go, monthly time frame, weekly. Sorry, give me a minute, sorry. Okay, we've got a question. Calculation of forex pairs is different from Bitcoin and the indices. It is difficult to manage risk if trading these. Calculation right when I want to convert pip or points. Okay, it's very simple. I guess it is pronounced Adelaja, right? Okay, regarding DAX, I prefer not to do it again. I already went over it, I guess, once or twice during this live. So I prefer to go over new stuff to cover more cases. If you'd like, you can scroll back now or when the recording is done. And you can find it. Okay, I guess one of the CM members did it. I guess I guess it is Victor. So if it's Victor, try to remember, Victor, which time it was, so can help at the Adelaja. Less is more, Monero. Yeah, exactly. Okay, very nice question, Victor. I'll get into it, but let me reply to Adelaja, right? So it's very, very simple. You like you got a calculator, you can get it. Let me open my browser. Okay, it's my FX book for position calculator. So go like this, FX book, position size. Okay, so that's it. And here we go. You go here. For example, you pick the pair. Let's say euro, or you can search for GBPUSD, for example. Okay, you select your account currency and account size. Let's go for the default one, 10K. Right, and you want to risk, for example, 1% per trade, or you want to risk 2% per trade, right? Or you can swap with money. So I want to risk $200 per trade. Okay, but I prefer to go for risk. Let's say 2% per trade, and you calculate your stop loss like using the measure tool. You get how many pips it is, right? Let's say it's 50 pips. Okay, and you click on calculate. Okay, so like if you are using a standard account, right? You keep the lot 1. Okay, if you are using a micro account, you can go for 0.1, I guess. But I never tried it. So that's it. One lot equal 1,000 units, like, which is the standard one, right? If you are using a micro one, I guess one lot would be like 10,000 units. So, right, so you should go for 0.1 in this case. Okay, but anyway, you keep it one. That's it. And for example, you can see that you are risking $200, which is 2% of the 10K, and which is 40,000 units. Anyway, don't worry about this. So you have to enter 0.4 lots, right? For EURUSD, in case your stop loss is 50 pips, you'll be losing 2% of this amount. Okay, this is how easy it is. Good. Okay, a lot of questions. This is more. Okay, so like Adelaja, I hope I'm saying it correctly. Adelaja Monero Victor said that it's 1 hour on the recording. Okay, so if you haven't found it, feel free to ask me to repeat it. Like, of course, not today, maybe another day. And if you want, you can just DM me on Telegram or on Instagram, and I'll post and I'll give you, or I'll send you the pictures and analysis. How long does it take to master your strategies in the course? Well, it depends on how time you you dedicate for the course. Maybe like some members finish it all in 2 weeks, but sometimes, like as you already mentioned, less is more, right? So sometimes it's better to watch less videos and practice in parallel. So, but usually, like the typical member finishes the course within 1 month. So because like you get 25 hours worth of videos explaining everything from A to Z. Okay, so like we start with the baby steps, with the basics, right? And know what is a pip, what's a leverage, what's a margin, and so on. So what is forex, what is trading, and then we'll be diving into more stuff, basic tools and components, how to analyze a chart, what's the trend line, what's divergence, what's supply and demand, so on. And then module 3 is all about RTL, which is what I call the source, which can be found anywhere else. So this is basically it for module 3 on how to do it all objectively using RTL. And you can see the logic of it on the website, rtl.com. It's the only tool of its kind for this specific manner onto how to make objective technical analysis. No matter your trading strategy, the trading style, RTL help you make it objective because it highlights the points, the dots, and you use these swings because, you know, one of the major facts one of the major if you want problems that traders face is subjectivity, because every trader sees the chart differently, right? So this is basically it. Exactly, you already saw the video. I'm very happy to see it. So I've talked about this one. So you need almost 1 month. You watch all the courses, and meanwhile, of course, like with practice. So once you finish it, you need like 1 or 2 months more to get into practical, like if you want learning or to start applying the strategies. But don't worry, you'll get weekly overviews from me so you can compare your charts to mine and ask questions about it. And you will also get access to our Discord family where Victor, Anko, and Hady are as well. So like at any time, you can also ask these amazing guys like any questions. Like this is how if you want the group is that all members, which I call senior members, like help out new people, and then there are a lot of new senior members as well. Like we also have Troy, we have Chris, we have a lot of amazing members. Hopefully next time I'll get them into the live as well. But today Victor, Anko, and Hady had the time to come on board. Thanks so much, guys, for coming today, for sharing the stream with me, for sharing this celebration. So this is basically it. Of course, like module 4 will go over risk management, how much to risk per trade, how to calculate your risk, which already went over now in a bit. How to construct your trading plan, trading journal, and so on. And module 5 will dig deeper into trading psychology, how to think like a trader, what are the traits of a good trader, how to avoid some kind of things, and so on. So this is basically it. You get everything you need, hopefully. But it depends on you, on how fast you are, on like some members like to take their time, like to take notes. It depends, right? But usually 1 month you finish the course, 2 months you get to practice. And of course you can post your charts for review anytime in the Discord private community, and like team members that I will review it. So Max, guys, like the stream, give this man some love. Thank you so much, Max. You deserve it. Cheers. You made my night. Thank you. Troy, I just mentioned your name in a bit. So Troy Williams is also one of the CEM members. I'm glad that you made it. Troy couldn't make it today. He was out with the family, and of course, family comes first. So hope you enjoyed it, Troy, and hopefully next time for the next stream it will be 10 hours. So be prepared. Hopefully. Impressive and condensed 5 hours of you. Thank you so much, Rachel. I'm happy that you stayed till the end. What 2 books do you recommend on structure and general trading, please? Okay, so like as I always say, anything for Mark Douglas is amazing. Okay, so there are a lot, but if you want for a structure, for how to think, for deep understanding of cycles and so on, Mark Douglas is the man. Anytime, Joel, happy to see you here. Okay, this is it. Okay, I'll answer one more questions for Victor, and that would be it, hopefully. Exactly. Your vitamin H. Yeah, she's amazing. Like hopefully next time, she will be ready to come on stage, right? And I will introduce her to you all, and she will say hi. But yeah, hoping today I felt that the 5 hours went a lot faster than I thought, and hopefully 10 hours next time we'll have more time to make more fun stuff. I have a question I had a question from Victor, but I can't find it. Where are you, Victor? Yeah, exactly. How do you deal with the pressure? Let's say if you go from Monday to Wednesday without taking a trade. Just like Adelija said, sometimes no trade is also a trade, right? Less is more. Sometimes no action is also an action, right? So of course, like I know how it feels. That's okay. So I want to do something. Like I'm waiting for something to happen, and nothing is happening. But of course, sometimes if you want, you will then realize that okay, it's better. It's good that I didn't enter any trades, but it's better that no trades show up, because some weeks can be very nasty. So it's always better to stay out, and bear in mind that, or like you should have to keep it in mind. That's why, Victor, we have it in our trading plan that we don't have to trade every week. We don't have to catch every trade. This is very important because, as mentioned previously, we fear what we don't know, and we are trying to cover everything that we don't know, or to accept that we don't know what's going to happen in our trading plan, right? So I can't really know what's going to happen during this next week, but I'm prepared, and I'm prepared that maybe nothing will happen at all, or I will enter 2 trades at the beginning of the week and it will be a loss. I don't mind. I can't predict. I just follow my rules. And that's basically it. And usually when the market is slow, just try to do something else. Don't let the pressure get into you that you need to enter a trade, right? Just do something else, forget about it until your alert goes off, then you can check the chart. Okay, so that's basically it. Anko, glad to see you today. Thank you so much for going on and sharing your amazing charts. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Victor, of course, and Hady also for sharing your trades and charts. Troy, if you take no trade, then you have lost nothing and get to spend time backtesting and refining your strategy. That's it. Pure gold. Thank you, Troy. So 5 hours and 3 minutes. So that's it for today. Thank you so much. I'm happy to see you, Troy, here at the last minute. Glad that you made it even at the ending. Thank you for for being here. How do I become a passionate trader and analyst? Imagine you are already preparing 10-hour session. Such can be very stressful, but I love how passionate I want to be passionate. Okay, sorry. How do I become passionate? Oh, okay, yeah. Like this is something I can't teach, right? So, I believe that passion comes from within. You have to find pleasure in trading, and like it might be something else that I personally I find it like as my passion, right? It depends on you, but you have to love the charts, right? Because you spend most of your trading. If you want whatever you want to do in trading, it has to be connected to the charts, whether it's backtesting, whether it's, I don't know, like learning new charts, learning new strategies, or like applying the strategies, right? You have to love the charts. If you don't love the charts, no matter how you want to make it in trading, you most probably won't, because you don't love it. And like if you don't love it, you will quit at the first obstacle. It's very important to love what you do. It's not only about trading, because there are many people out there doing their best. If you don't do your best as well, chances are that you will be left behind, right? So no matter which profession you choose, either give it all you got or simply stay out. Okay, that's it for tonight. Wishing you a lovely day. Of course, don't forget the 50% discount which ends today, but if you have the coupon, save it. You can use it for the next couple of days, but then I will deactivate it. Best of luck. See you soon, and maybe next time it will be 10 hours. Goodbye, everyone.